question, and we are going to check in via Zoom with listener Brad. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning.
All right, Brad, here's the question for you. Anne married to a famous English poet.
William Shakespeare.
That is correct. See, it's not that Anne Hathaway you might have been thinking of. Brad, I want you to hang out, buddy. We're going to set you up. You just got yourself a $50 point card to Arnold's Family Fun Center. This week's big freaking deals from Arnold's, and you can get two $50 point cards for the price of one. Enjoy go-karts, mini golf, bowling, and more action-packed excitement for all ages at Arnold's Family Fun Center in Oaks. You can get this exclusive offer while supplies last at WMMR.com. Where are you driving to this morning, Brad? Where are you going?
Upper Darby.
Upper Darby. All right. Enjoy your day in Delco, sir. And hang on the line. We'll get your information. All right. I got some entertainment stories. We're going to start with this. Christina Applegate opened up about having to go to the hospital a ton of times during her multiple sclerosis, dealing with multiple sclerosis. It was on her podcast. So she said that she visited the hospital over 30 times due to everything from throwing up to being in horrible pain. And she said, they've done every test known to man on me, put so much radiation into my body, from CT scans to everything else. And literally, just last month, I have figured it out. And she said, one of the things with MS is that it slows down our organs. Not completely, but it's there. But it is there and there is a slowing of the function of your organs. And she also added that when she needs to go number 2, she often pukes. Oh. And she thinks that there's something going on there and that she's going to talk to her doctor about it in an upcoming colonoscopy. She was diagnosed with MS in 2021. Her doctor told her that this particular issue wasn't tied to MS, but she's going to bring it up again because she said there's got to be a correlation here.
How about if it's tied to the medication?
Well, but this is like
what you go through.
Well, no, but you know, like this is much more serious than some of the stuff that I've had. But like, that's what they say. Like it has nothing to do with that. Well, I've never had this problem in my entire life. Now, and I've had them say it to me. We're like, I think it might be 2 separate issues. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is all related. It's all happening at the same time. So I feel to try to connect it, because you have to be your own advocate, and she has to try to connect the dots herself sometimes.
So my sister has this condition called fibromyalgia, which is this mysterious, weird. There's no definitive. It's a series of symptoms that eventually they go, well, I guess you have fibromyalgia. There's like not a blood test. There's not,
It's nerve pain, is it not?
It's nerve pain.
It's unknown pain.
Yeah, it's a series of different kinds of pains that you have, and not unlike things like dementia and stuff like that. There's like no real definitive test. It's a series of, like I said, symptoms. And when they add up, they eventually go, well, we're going to put you in this category.
In this cluster.
You know what I mean?
Well, and sometimes when they can't figure it out, stuff like that is diagnosed. They said that to me once before, too. Like, oh, it's probably fibromyalgia. And I freaked. I was like, no, it's not. And it eventually ended up being an allergic reaction to some medications. Right. But, like, you know what I mean? It's hard when you know your own body, and you know that that's not what it is, or you know that things are connected because you see them, and they're telling you, no, this is probably separate. Like, the poor thing has MS. Somehow this is connected.
You're saying a lot of very valid information. Know your own body. You know what happens. You know that you were doing something and you didn't have the situation, and now you did another thing and you have it. And as you say, Dr. Mike is the first one to say, be your own advocate, be an educated consumer.
Mm-hmm. So she continues to obviously try to track down, how to get better, and she's working on it. So Tina Fey got real about her feelings on side hustles for the uber wealthy during a chat with Amy Poehler on her Good Hang with Amy Poehler podcast. When Poehler joked that Fey should launch a glasses line or have a hair care endorsement, Faye responded, I do kind of hate money. She said, I don't waste money, but I don't get excited about money. She made it clear that she's not a fan of rich people chasing extra dollars, saying, I have a problem with rich people having a side hustle. And Poehler pushed back, saying, Gen Z doesn't judge others for having multiple income streams, but Faye stood firm. She said, I judge it. The conversation comes as celebs like Lily Allen reveal their unexpected side gigs, with Allen revealing that her OnlyFans foot pictures make her more money than Spotify streams. Kathy, did you hear that?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, I saw you were reading something.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
This is Lily Allen revealed that her OnlyFans foot pictures make more money than her Spotify stream.
But is she actually like
Active?
Yeah, like is it just or is she like taking pictures of her feet, or is it a picture of her and they zoom in on the feet?
She's
I
active.
assume so by this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She actively has an account. You got to realize
Come on.
she's got all sorts of music. She's got a full musical library that's on Spotify. She's saying, Kathy, her OnlyFans account is making much more money.
Okay, so do women have foot fetishes for men?
I don't know if
Listen, dude, Rule 39 or
Yeah.
whatever that is.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
There's got to be.
Okay.
But probably to the perversion of men, probably not.
Right.
The
the ratio's probably, we're more perverted.
We're
I'm
pigs.
like, she's got good feet.
She has good feet.
Better than yours?
I'm not looking at her OnlyFans page. I'm looking at her Twitter page or X page. And yeah, she's got.
Kathy.
She has like a picture where she's spreading all of her toes out.
She has a perfect 5-star rating on WikiFeet.
Wow.
Feet.
Hey, can we get Kathy on there?
Yeah.
What's my rating on WikiFeet?
Well, you got to submit, Kev.
All right, so other celeb side gigs could include various liquor brands like Ryan Reynolds, Aviation Gin, Jennifer Lopez's cocktail brand DeLola, or even the growing Kardashian empire and their clothing, makeup, skincare, and lifestyle brands.
Isn't Judi Dench Flex Seal? Isn't that her side hustle?
Ooh, doggy.
We dog it.
Yes. TMZ is reporting that Aubrey Plaza and her husband Jeff Baina had been separated for several months prior to his tragic suicide earlier this year. The separation came to light via the medical examiner's report, in which they note that Jeff was separated from his wife since September of 2024. They had been married since 2021. So
I was wondering if he slipped into depression as a result of that, but the word was they split because he was having mood swings.
okay.
So he was on a trajectory, and she was worried for him, and that caused the divide.
Either way, that's got to eat her up in a
Yep,
big
absolutely.
way.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, Pete Davidson. It was reported earlier this week that he's dating again and that it was someone who was considered a non-celebrity, and now it's more like a celebrity-adjacent person. So the mystery woman is a mystery no longer. He was seen getting very physically affectionate over the weekend with Elsie Hewitt.
Yes.
A model that, while not a household name, has dated a few in the past, including Jason Sudeikis, Ryan Phillippe, and Benny Blanco.
She's had a number of celebrities in her mouth.
Okay.
Is how it's framed.
Okay.
We're looking at a picture here, and he has had a ton of tattoo removal done, but if this is recent, his back is still leaving a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
Paris Hilton is jumping feet first into the true crime craze with a new podcast that's dedicated to the subject. So the 10-part series called My Friend Daisy will tell the story of Daisy DeLao, a 19-year-old woman from Compton who was murdered in 2021. Her killer was ultimately brought to justice thanks to social media sleuths on TikTok. And it'll be the first true crime podcast produced by Hilton through her production company 1111 Media, and will be hosted by journalist Jen Swan. It'll launch on March 26th, wherever podcasts are available. Now, what I don't know is if she is going to be on it, if Paris is going to be on it.
So she does. So listen, do we have the audio of her making the announcement? Because this, you would never know this is Paris Hilton speaking.
If you're anything like me, you probably think of TikTok as a place for cute pet videos, get ready with me's, and viral dance trends. But a few years ago, a group of teenage girls used TikTok for an entirely different and utterly heartbreaking reason: to track down their friend Daisy's killer.
Okay.
You would never know.
So
No.
I have I'll call her a friend who it's not like that. It's not like the Valley Girl and all that, like what we know Paris Hilton, but she's very just kind of like you almost like what did you say? You know, she speaks very quiet.
Vocal
Right.
fry?
No, not
okay.
vocal fry. Just quiet and kind of keeps to herself and stuff like that. And she left her phone. I called her one time. We were talking on the phone, and she said, "Oh, I have to go." She works from home, and she has a landline, and she had to get on the landline, and she mistakenly didn't hang her phone up. When I heard her talk on her job, she was like, "Hello, hi, how can I help you?" I was like, who the hell is that? Like,
Changes, right?
It was a completely different person, different than Paris Hilton, but like from her, like kind of, keeps to herself, quiet.
I gotta go, Kathy.
Yes, may I help you?
No, but she was this like peppy, upbeat upbeat person that I literally have never met in my entire life. And
could you be work you to me?
But no, I mean, listen, I love her. It doesn't matter. But I said, I told her, and I said to her, I was like, I have never heard anything like it. She goes, I have to be a different person at work.
Wow.
Yeah. So maybe Paris is, I don't know. Maybe she's got a more professional delivery when she's on the mic. So, Bachelor Nation, it's a reality franchise based on the possibility of romance. So, this should come as no surprise. But Serene Russell and Brendan Moraes are dating.
Oh, my God!
I know.
So you know me. I'm a virtual. My zip code should be Bachelor Nation. I'm there so much, and I live and love it all. But this comes as stunning news, mainly because I have no idea who they are.
So the couple hard launched their relationship.
Hard launched how?
Yeah, via Instagram.
Oh,
yesterday.
that's a hard launch.
And they shared a carousel of pics of them together. And Russell was a contestant on Clayton Eckerd's season of The Bachelor.
Oh, the Clayton Eckerd years.
And had gotten engaged to Brandon Jones on season 8 of Bachelor in Paradise.
Oh, my
Before
God.
breaking up less than a year later. So Mariah appeared on the Tayshia Adams season of The Bachelorette, as well as on Bachelor in Paradise, dating fellow castmate Piper James for 2 years before they broke up in 2023.
So, Bachelor Nation is where everyone eventually ends up. So if you have no level of success on the actual various Bachelor, Bachelorette shows, you can still find love with Bachelor Nation.
You know what I find amusing about all of this is that, the hard launch that you described, Preston, like there was a lot of forethought and planning and into the timing of it and like which photos would be shared and which would be posted. And
They probably had meetings.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah.
And what time are we going to launch it? And what is the caption going to be? And,
I know they have people who review it. I'm sure
Yeah.
ABC has their toes in it. Think about when you're dating someone and the questions come up where you say, are we dating? Are
Right.
we?
Yeah.
Right.
What do you tell
What is
people when
this?
you describe this involves a whole crew,
Yeah.
of this announcement
Yeah.
for your hard launch.
And even for civilians of sorts,
Right.
when you now want to listen, we're so old, we didn't have to do this stuff on social media.
No,
we
I would
didn't
just do a
have-
cave painting.
We didn't have that element of announcement, and now you got to do it properly.
Gotta put it through your people.
Yeah.
You got to make sure it's vetted.
In fairness, Marissa and I both did. I mean, because I got
okay.
divorced.
Yeah.
And so
You got married recently.
And I got married, and like there's time. Marissa shared her wedding photos, and it is kind of a big deal for a moment, and then you just go on the rest of your life. But like when you're sharing it and you're putting yourself out there, Steve, we're not in Bachelor Nation.
No,
level
you're not.
fame,
Listen, no one can. You can only hope to aspire to
Right.
Bachelor Nation status.
All right, well, moving on. Jenna Ortega and Taylor Russell might be teaming up for an updated version of Single White Female. Bridget Fonda and Jennifer Jason Leigh starred in the original, in which Fonda's Allison Jones welcomes a new roommate, Hedra, played by Lee. Allison has just broken up with her fiancé, Sam, and quickly forms a close bond with her new roommate. However, as Allison rethinks her breakup with Sam, her roommate grows jealous and violent.
Did you like that movie?
Yeah.
It was fun.
It was good.
And best use of a heel for murder I've ever seen in a film.
Yeah, we'll actually have him on, I think next week or
Stephen
maybe
Weber?
2 weeks. Yeah, Stephen Weber.
Yeah, Stephen Weber played Sam, by the way. So there was a sequel starring Kristen Miller titled Single White Female 2, The Psycho.
Okay.
You're not being subtle there.
I never knew that.
The crazy bitch.
Ahead of Ortega starring in a second season of Netflix's Wednesday, the actress has been busy with the recent horror comedy Death of a Unicorn, and her co-star Paul Rudd recently told people that he was amazed at her level of coolness while at South by Southwest. So the two stars, father and daughter, who accidentally run over the titular mythical creature while driving to visit a group that includes Will Poulter, Téa Leone, and Richard E. Grant. I'm not sure when that is out, but that's what's
Probably
up.
fairly soon.
With the excitement for the fourth season of Ted Lasso still high, news comes of a possible shakeup in the cast. Actor Gus Turner, who has played Coach Lasso's son Henry in all 3 seasons, may not be coming back. The reason? His story arc has him developing into a skilled young soccer player, so they need an actor who has that skill set.
Okay.
And there's reportedly an active search for the perfect fit for the role.
That poor little bastard.
But it's also reported that Turner can audition to try and keep the role if he so chooses.
Yeah, man.
Get really good at soccer really fast.
Yeah, get
right?
fat, yeah.
Go train.
Easy.
John Wick's fate may be undetermined, but he will be back in theaters this spring in Ballerina. And the first trailer is out now in the John Wick universe. So the film takes place between third and fourth films and features Ana de Armas as Eve, the Russian ballerina turned assassin looking for vengeance against those who killed her family. The film brings back many familiar faces from the Wick franchise, including Angelica Houston, Ian McShane, and the late Lance Reddick. Ballerina will be in theaters on June 6th, by the way, but he will make some kind of an appearance, I assume, in
They
a
apparently
flashback.
started a small business called Good Burger.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
It does sound familiar.
Going back to Ted Lasso for a moment, Brett Goldstein, Roy Kent, is bringing his stand-up to HBO with his first ever comedy special. And it's called The Second Best Night of Your Life.
What you saw him? Was
I did.
Was
yeah.
it funny?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
It was a really good comedy show. It wasn't, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. It certainly wasn't lame by any stretch. It was very funny. He's a good stand-up. He's a great comedic writer.
Yeah.
Because he's a writer on both Ted Lasso and Shrinking. But his stand-up was solid. But he said the long hour special is slated to premiere in April and will be available to stream on Max. He said, I'm so excited to do my first special, not on TV, but on HBO. Goldstein said in a statement, known for starring as Roy Kent, like I said, and co-creating Shrinking as well. He kept his deep roots in stand-up comedy with his first Edinburgh Fringe show debuting in 2010, but never getting a formal release. So he's got a special coming.
You want some really great news, Kathy? He is in a movie with Jennifer Lopez.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I love my J-Lo.
J-Lo. All right, this was really cool to see. I watched the trailer this morning. The new Max series from J.J. Abrams has the trailer out now for Duster, and it stars Josh Holloway, Sawyer from Lost. It was so great to see him back.
And this looks like a perfect role for him.
It looks really cool. So it's him, Rachel Hilson, and Keith David. It's set in 1972, where the first black female FBI agent heads to the Southwest and recruits a gutsy getaway driver, who's played by Josh Holloway, in a bold effort to take down a growing crime syndicate. The series premieres on Max on May 15th.
So this has a feel, and intentionally so, it looks that way, of 70s black exploitation cinema, grindhouse movies, and the tone and tenor is exactly that, and he's perfect.
Steve, they do a thing. I almost came in here to show it to you, and then I saw you had sent me the clip as well. But there's a scene where they show a lot of action going on, and then they freeze frame it.
Yeah.
Where they're both pointing these guns towards the camera, and I'm like, man, that is 1973 right there.
It is,
for
absolutely.
movies. It's towards the end. We're watching the trailer right now. Back it up just right there. Leave it right there. Watch this. We're watching, and boom. That's it. That is like right out of a 70s. So if you get a chance to watch the trailer, looks pretty cool. And I'm happy for Josh Holloway. I think we did speak to him a couple times.
We did.
During the Lost run.
Yeah, and even after he had one thing, a project that we talked to him about, so I'm glad to see he's back.
Yeah. Saturday Night Live has confirmed its next round of hosts, musical guests. Mikey Madison is set to host on March 29th. She'll be joined by musical guest Morgan Wallen. This will be Madison's first time hosting the late night sketch show, while it'll be Wallen's second appearance. After that, Jack Black takes up hosting duties on April 5th. He'll be joined by Elton John and Brandi Carlile as a musical guest. Yeah.
That must be around the time of the release of the Minecraft movie?
This will be Black's fourth time taking on hosting duties, while it will be both John and Carly's third time appearing. And finally, John Hamm will host the April 12th episode, and he'll be joined by Lizzo as the musical guest.
I was just watching one of the things John Hamm did on SNL, which is great. It was a riff on that saxophone player in The Lost Boys.
Really?
And so, like, people would be in a corporate meeting and having a tough, and you'd hear the music wail up, and the wall would break open, and he'd come through shirtless, oiled up with the saxophone.
Oh, that's
It was
fantastic.
effing hilarious.
I love it. Hamm and Lizzo's appearances will be the fourth time that they grace the SNL stage, and that's for both of them. Power Rangers is looking at a new life with Disney Plus and a reboot in the works. And this time with Percy Jackson and the Olympian showrunner Jonathan E. Steinberg and Dan Schatz in talks to lead the project.
I'd like to see them older, like in a retirement home.
Wasn't it the Power Ranger, or was it a Ninja Turtle who got dumped off the side of a boat down to the bottom, tied rocks to him, and threw him off a boat?
They murdered a Ninja Turtle?
I know that. Well, hang on a second. Somebody in the Power Rangers was killed someone.
Yes,
I remember that.
I
that
think
did happen.
I think that's how he was killed.
Wow,
I was just wondering if they were going to address
I didn't
that
know
in the
it.
new show.
So you're saying one of the Power Rangers killed a Ninja Turtle? I didn't hear that.
That's crazy.
So Hasbro will produce a series aiming to bring a fresh take on the long-running franchise while keeping longtime fans happy. Originally inspired by Japan's Super Sentai in the 90s, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers became a pop culture phenomenon, leading to multiple reboots over the years. This is another project on Hasbro's ongoing list of game-to-screen adaptations, including a film TV reimagining of the classic board game Clue, as well as a live-action Dungeons & Dragons series, on top of setting the groundwork for a Magic the Gathering-focused film and television universe.
Does Parker know about this?
Not yet. I got to tell him about it. Steinberg and Schatz just wrapped season 2 of Percy Jackson and the Olympians, and are renewing for a third season on Disney+. Season 1 did well, and season 2 did better. Now Paramount Plus has announced that season 3 of School Spirits is on the way. The, quote, Breakfast Club Meets Ghost series stars Peyton List. She's from Cobra Kai, played Tori, as a high schooler caught between the lands of the living and the dead, enlisting the help of friends in both realms to get back to her living body. Somebody told me to watch it. I forgot who, and said it was pretty good.
That is a good. When I heard the plot line, it was described to me that way, and it was also described to me as Frasier meets Two Girls in a Cup.
Well,
I didn't know what to make of that
combination. Well, you got to watch and see.
Music is always at the ready. That, by the way, legitimately the soundtrack for Two Girls in a Cup.
It is. All right, and then the last story I have for you, and we'll move on to clips after that. With Landman earning a renewal earlier this month, a veteran of Taylor Sheridan's television universe is rumored to be coming on board with the upcoming second season. Sam Elliott, who played Shay Brennan in Sheridan's series 1883, is reportedly in talks to board the hit Paramount Plus series.
Like a Pop-Tart.
In an as yet undetermined
He's
role.
great.
So, yeah, he is.
So I'm going to start Landman probably this weekend, because I wanted to watch it from the beginning, and you guys love it. And Billy Bob Thornton, terrific. So maybe maybe I'll go reverse then, Kathy, and get into Yellowstone and all the other Taylor Sheridan shows.
It's so good. I think you'll like it.
All right, we're ready for clips. Natasha O'Keefe returns to season 3 of The Wheel of Time alongside its recurring cast. And in this clip, she talks about her character's relationship going forward with Rand.
I don't think Lanfear has any reason to form a true friendship or strike up a true relationship with this woman other than, getting Rand where they need him to be.
I don't give a
So a new episode of The Wheel of Time airs today. You'll find that on Prime Video. Here's our next clip. Gen Z is now in the workplace. Madison Chamon. Thank you for that, Casey. Plays a young CEO at an ad agency on The Z Suite. And in this clip, she reminisces on her favorite scene to shoot for the show.
When I think about it, the thing that's burned into my brain is the last day on set, because we shot until like 5 a.m. and I was like deliriously giggly and having a good time, just down in sodas to stay awake. And that is always so funny when you're so tired, everything's funny. That day will be like burned into my brain forever.
I think I crapped my pants.
Season 1 finale of the Z Suite airs today. Excuse me, you'll find that on Tubi.
There's too many damn channels.
I know there are.
Jesus Christ. I'm looking at the shows that are on Peacock, and it's like, you just talked about this show about the ghosts and high school. School Spirit.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it when it first, the trailer when it first premiered. We're now in the 3rd season.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Steve. The thing about Tubi, though, is that it's free, which is nice. And I believe we were talking about Looney Tunes the other day, going away from Max. I think they are streaming all the Looney Tunes on Tubi now.
Okay.
There you go, Case.
You know what the interesting thing about all the streaming networks, Steve, is sometimes there's a show that I've been watching and maybe strayed from and want to come back to, and then I forget what streamer it's on.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not an easy search to find out where that show is. There are a lot of confusing links that pop up when you punch into Google or whatever.
You're exactly right.
Engine you use, and it's like, can you just tell me where I can find this right now?
So this has been the big sort of holy grail for a lot of the services. Are you going through the apps directly in your TV?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a Roku on some TVs, and some TVs go it's straight through the television.
I got you. So when you go through the Roku, does it show the shows you're watching on the various streamers? Because the
on my TV it does. On one of my TVs.
Oh, good. Apple TV will do that as well. But yeah, it's like you have to CSI where you watch that last episode.
Yeah.
And then when you get to it, sometimes the way it's arranged. You got to look for that little progression bar at the bottom of the episode if it's one you actually watched.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. And some streamers are better at getting you right to the continued watching part, and others they kind of bury it somewhere.
Netflix is pretty good.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
They need to get uniforms so we can all, know what the hell to do. All right. Anyhow. That's the entertainment report for today. We're going to take a break. We have a lot going on today, a number of guests joining us. I will tell you about them when we return, so do not stray far. You're going to want to hear.
Preston and Steve.
So Marty Singer, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister...
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. It's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not. The court,
I bet you it's like Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we hate.
That we hate?
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
but it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, this is outrageous.
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even swonderful.
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015-2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how
Wait, for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during their relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Monty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap. And before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, well, they make me do it. You have to sign it. Like,
Yeah,
not
no.
to put it on them.
Exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of.
Speaking of boner dreams,
Okay.
have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never
I thought that
A
always
nocturnal emission?
No, yeah, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like
No.
teenagers.
It
No,
happens to some
Never.
people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, the docking is about to happen. And
You were gonna do it with another guy? You guys were gonna
Not
dock
that
together?
kind
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean,
forgot
that's
about
what
that.
docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different
Yeah,
analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar.
No. Yeah, no.
You were about
Not
to
docking. You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those
No.
things.
Oh.
Absolutely none of those things at all.
Oh, my God.
Did you do the foreskin thing again, please?
I've lost the foreskin. Oh my God. This docking is going to be one for the history books. We're going to be like a Chinese finger puzzle.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. And it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason was for the split?
Yeah, I haven't read it, so I can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share 2 children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares.
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares 2 children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Syria and Syria.
Yeah.
But Neria, Neriah. Well, listen,
This is
Heaven
Africa.
was 11, so
I think
come
it's
on.
Nariah, maybe.
Nariah
Okay,
and Soraya.
yeah, you're right.
Soraya.
Neriah
Psoriasis?
and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh.
Diarrhea and
This
psoriasis.
is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
This is our son priapism.
She was married to and her sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
alopecia and
Moved on to
the
somebody
squirts.
else. When you said this initially, that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
For a while. Yeah. And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
Just mild incontinence.
Well, she like, I'm a workaday woman, and blah blah blah, and sometimes I piss myself. No, it's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that.
Leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt
peed a
bad
little.
for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there, and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Which are, by the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
I
didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere. In there. Not like full on diapers. Like
No.
I'm going to be
Who changed your
crapping myself.
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're talking about
they have this huge, like 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love
And then I go around with this huge pacifier. No. Think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great. But
We wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it'd be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah. That was my my big break into radio as I wore diapers to live broadcasts.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
That's like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker.
There you go.
You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head.
Chef.
I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? Like
I know.
Put your back scratcher in there.
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I would try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right,
Almost
come
got
on,
it.
jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got it.
Oh man.
No?
Oh, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm going to try and help you.
Albino Johnny
Hey, man.
Bravo. I got a diaper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry, we're gonna.
Casey.
Oh, Casey's got the right.
Oh,
idea.
You got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
It's not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great, actually.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the
now.
front?
What's in the front? What do you mean? What's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
It's business in the front, and then the party's in the back.
Diaper in the back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent.
So,
where you,
so
where
Nick,
you pee and poop.
what I was wearing was...
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
What I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Brookburg Peaser pants.
what's that?
That's how we started talking
Brookburg.
about.
Oh, yeah. So
Pants.
Brook Park Peas or Pants. Yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right. Let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single "Rats" has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know the 26-second excerpt comes comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
the Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Lamar.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. We have a lot of guests on the program today. Our buddy Jim Florentine is going to be on the show. Also, I want to thank Marissa for rescheduling some stuff because we had the offer to have Alex Lifeson of Rush on, and it was going to conflict with some other interviews. And Marissa made some calls and moved some things around, so we are having Alex Lifeson on this morning at about 9:10, and then comedian Adam Ray is going to be on the show
He's great.
in the 9 o'clock hour too. So we got a jam-packed 9. leading up to that. We have some other things, though. So, including Survey Says, and that's what we're going to do right now. I've taken a variety of different surveys and their results and present them to you.
I have to ask you something now, because you'd said you had a question for us. Is that part of this Survey Says?
No, I'm going to do it a little bit later on.
All right.
I have a question about something I got in the mail yesterday, and I'm a little confused by it.
All right.
And I want to find out who sent it and what it is. So we'll get to that in a little while. But in the meantime, we were just talking about the streaming services, and I saw this survey. There was a poll of 2,000 U.S. Streaming service subscribers, and they asked a series of questions, and 1 in 5 think that it's actually harder to find something to watch today than it was a decade ago. And that leads to a lot of scrolling time. And the average person spends about 110 hours a year, or nearly 5 days, just looking for a show or a movie worth watching.
So where would you fall in this?
A decent amount. I mean, it depends on whether we've got a show going on or not. Rochelle and I like to have a show that we watch together, and we won't intersperse other shows in between that. We will watch our program.
You don't want to dilute it.
Till we're done watching it. So we just finished Paradise, which I really, really liked.
You did?
And so, now we've got to find something else. So then we'll spend some time searching around. But
so when you do that, because that's the same thing that happens with me, like when the show is over, how long does it take you to find another show? Now,
sometimes a while. I don't dive right back into some because I don't want to waste time.
It's a waste of time.
You know,
you're a wealthy businessman. You don't have time for what is it?
Flat pancakes.
Flat pancakes. That was it, yeah. Pancake balls is what we go with.
I'll save stuff. Like, you know how sometimes Netflix will give you, like, you know, the newest show or whatever. I'll save it as like one of my shows, and then I'll go back to that list. If it looks good, it looks like something that I like, because otherwise it takes so long to find something else to watch.
Sometimes I will just sit there on the Roku screensaver, and I'll just sit there and scroll on my phone, and the Roku screensaver, and I really like it because they incorporate movies into it.
Right.
The latest one that I just saw is, and I'm fairly certain it is Cameron's dad's car at the end of Ferris Bueller.
Okay.
So you know what I'm talking about, the screensaver. It kind of scrolls,
it's a landscape picture, animation, and they have nods to films in it. It's fun to watch.
Sometimes that is what I will watch all night long as I'm scrolling on my phone.
Wow.
The screensaver will just be on there.
So to a part of what you just said about the setup for this, Preston, about having less, I can see that to some extent, because I remember when movies were opening up and there was something more limited, I would be more inclined to go, I'm going to give this a try.
Yeah.
Because, you would have more focus. It doesn't mean I don't like having a vast array of options, but I find, given my druthers, I do spend a lot of time going, all right. And I'll put things in, must get to, possibly, like no hope, I'll go to here. This is sitting in the queue for this.
Don't have anything else to do.
Absolutely nothing. Death or this. And that's how I sort of bracket it. But sometimes I will spend sometimes I sit there and my evening's viewing are all the trailers on Apple TV for the movies coming out.
Yeah.
And I'll watch a couple of hours of trailers.
Well, it's too many options. That's the problem. There's too much out there. I will go to my phone and search like newest shows or top 10 Netflix shows to watch instead of scrolling through, because there is so much there. Yeah. Like, I want a list. I'll look through the list and I'll go, oh, okay, this is something that I might like, and then I'll go to the streaming app and find it.
Are you more drawn to, will an actor that you like inform your decision, or is there a particular genre that you're more inclined to go to?
I think it's genre, but also if there's like somebody in it that I like, sure, I'll check it out.
All right.
So the biggest issue streaming customers have, Kathy, is content overload.
Yeah.
41% say, followed by feeling like there's too much original content being produced.
I hate original stuff.
While 3/4 of the survey responded to appreciate streaming service algorithms giving them accurate recommendations, 51% that there's too many of them because they want to watch everything that's recommended to them.
The algorithms are funny because a lot of times they get me really well, and then there's sometimes like, how dare you think I would like that?
I know. Yep.
Is that what you think of me?
Yep. Those who are streaming only say that they've cut the cord because they like variety. That's 43%. The shows they watch aren't on cable at 34%, and they find streaming more convenient when they're on the go. 29% of respondents.
So you're
said
like
that.
me. I will sit there and I have the full cable array. I have all the channels. I have all the streaming channels. I'm a sad, sad person. But I will sit there and go through the movies. And I will just, okay, bump, 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 stop here, bump, 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 stop here. And that's a lot of the times how I'm spending my evening viewing more movies than TV shows.
Okay. So the dream streaming platform, according to the survey, would look like this. Premium channels and networks included for no extra cost.
Yeah.
And an easy-to-use interface. Those are the things that people are looking for.
And they're all, we talked about this earlier. That's the holy grail. To get that interface that reminds you what you were watching last, get you to the episode that you want, and then it also curates and maybe uses AI to kind of guide you to what you might be interested in a more effective way.
So you will spend nearly 5 days just looking, 5 days out of the year, just looking for a show or movie worth watching.
I spent 5 days last week doing that.
Wow. All right, on to another survey. And we'll go with a YouGov survey that, no, we're not going to do that one. Well, it has to do with watching TV, and I want to skip around a little bit. This is a different one. This is a YouGov survey of 2,000 people, and they have ranked, according to this survey, the most popular physical activities.
The most popular physical activity.
Like pickleball, like that?
Yeah, anything. Anything that gets you moving.
Jacking it?
Well,
that count?
that should be, but I don't get on here.
Hiking and jacking it?
Oh, my God.
People do that.
Good morning.
Every now and then they're in the bizarre pile. Yes, this is true.
Beautiful day today, isn't it?
So these are the top 10. All right, number 10 is gymnastics.
That's, wow.
Okay. Let's go do back handspring.
Come on now. It's been a little while since I've done a back handspring.
Could you imagine if you were attempting a back handspring now?
I think my wrist would just snap in half.
Oh, I would
just snap right off.
break my neck. I don't even think I'd get around.
How long ago was it that we did back handsprings in the green room?
With who was here? Two of the Olympic athletes.
Was it Kerry Strug? Who was it?
It wasn't.
You didn't do it with Kerry Strug.
No,
it wasn't
the other
Dominic
one.
Mucciano, and it wasn't.
It was the Kerry Strug team. Who else was on there?
Oh, the Fab Five or whatever?
Yeah.
Or no, not Fab Five.
I don't know, whatever.
Whatever the name was.
Tito, Latoya.
We've had a bunch of them in here.
Yeah, we have.
I don't remember.
They
who that
know.
was.
They look at us and they say, these are gymnasts.
Case, I could still do it on trampoline.
I'm just so worried that, I don't know, just that impact. And I think that's what concerns me the most. The impact of my hands on the ground. They would snap in half.
I hilariously a couple of years ago tried to do, because I used to do cartwheels all the time. I tried to do one, and I'm like, I'm not doing that anymore.
Oh, I wonder
what happens now.
Just a cartwheel.
What happens now is you're thinking about the cartwheel. You go,
I think I could do it.
Am I comfortable with having an injury that I get from this haunt me for the rest of my life?
Oh, yeah. And it's all my shoulders. I have shoulder problems.
Yeah.
I just can't do it.
By the way, there's
do a
no way
cartwheel.
it was Kerry Strug. She was on the team in 92 and 96.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't Kerry Strug. She was here in our studio one
It was
time.
definitely that team, though.
Who was on
On
that
her
team?
They weren't
team?
Here, she wasn't here because she was still doing gymnastics.
But she brought in her team?
No,
No,
not the
no.
whole team. She said it was somebody from that team.
If it wasn't Kerry Strug, it was someone from that team.
So confused.
Carrie Underwood?
Name who are the other ones on that team?
All right.
Dominic Dawes? No.
No.
I forgot who was on that team, that all-star team.
I think
Lila
Marissa knows.
Alzado?
No, not
was
Lila
not
Alzado.
I think
Marissa
Marissa knows
knows.
who was here.
Marissa knows. All right, Marissa.
I think it was Kerry Strug.
You do?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think she had a boy with her
Yeah,
too,
it
like
was.
a
Yeah.
male
Guy.
gymnast.
Yep.
Because
Barry Strug.
that team was Dominic Mucciano, who I freaked out when she came in.
Me too.
Kerry
Oh.
Strug,
Yep.
Dominic Dawes.
So
Who am
she
I
wasn't there.
forgetting?
Shannon
Shannon Miller. I
It
think
was
it's Shannon Miller.
It was Shannon Miller.
Long-haired Kerry Strug, Shannon Miller.
Accepting Shannon Miller.
Oh, God, that's so satisfying.
That's who it
Oh
was.
my God! And it was before we had any renovations.
Yeah.
in this.
Oh, we
There was,
were in the old studio, I
cubicles.
think.
Yes. I'm looking for photos. I can see them in my head. These like blurry digital camera photos. I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes finding them.
Oh, we're looking at the blurry, cruddy camera.
Who was the other gymnast that we had in here? I used to be a big fan of hers. She did the
girl,
face.
The,
She did
the side smile face.
K. It begins with a K.
You guys did
Michaela Maroney.
Michaela.
See how wrong I was?
Thank you,
Nick,
Nick.
did you see how wrong I was?
Nailed it.
There was a K sound in there, but it did not begin with a K.
Yeah, you got a K. Yeah,
yeah.
Give yourself some
Ayla
credit.
Thank
Maroney,
you.
you said.
Guys,
Yeah.
we have them. We have the photos.
We have the
Oh,
photos.
good.
There's video too. And
Yeah.
am I wearing
Dress
cargo pants?
And here you are injured on the floor.
I will tell you, listen, I Kathy needed a spot. I didn't need a spot, but I wasn't happy with how my back handspring looked. It was almost a backflip that I kind of like saved with my hands, if you understand what I'm
Well,
saying.
I wanted
This
to
before we had we were where we had thyroid problems, Preston, in the older pictures. I look like Kingpin.
Oh my God, Casey! Oh, and we are in the new studio.
I am
now.
wearing it. Is it called a unitard?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know what it's
the
called,
hell?
but I can see your junk.
That was the second time she came in.
Okay. All right. Well, glad we got that all cleared up for our sake.
What are we
all right.
talking about?
So
Oh,
we're
gymnastics.
talking about. Well, no, we're talking about the most popular physical activities.
Activity. Yeah, it was a good
All
activity.
right. Gymnastics is number 10.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it was number 1.
No, number 9 is fitness training.
Yeah.
Number 8, playing pool.
Oh my God. Really?
Come on.
Wow.
Man. Come on.
I mean, you do. It's
that's like
you move.
How about jigsaw puzzles?
when you do it.
Pool is like bowling in that after 3 beers you're better.
Really?
For me,
Okay.
if I ever go bowling, 2 or 3 beers in, my game improves. Same goes for pool.
And
All right.
darts.
Is it
Darts
possible?
as well.
Is it possible that you've just warmed up a little bit?
No, it's
No,
the beer.
there's
Okay, it's
a
a beer.
spot. There's a sweet spot.
Where you like don't
Preston,
care anymore.
I've been
so.
training for 49 years.
Listen, I am out of line. I apologize. Number 7 on this list is miniature golf.
No.
Come on.
Listen,
All right.
these are the results.
Let's go to putt-putt.
What, is this Stephen Hawking's list?
Number 6 is bowling.
There you go.
I hate bowling.
By the way,
Number 5, hold on, shopping.
Ooh, yes, that is
now the list
strenuous.
is valid.
It is strenuous to carry those bags through the mall.
I do sweat when I shop. When I'm doing
All
like
right.
extensive shopping, I can't stand it.
Steve, you were going to ask a question about bowling?
I forgot.
Okay, sorry about that.
Damn it.
But I saw shopping and I had to jump
Yeah,
on that. Number 4 is DIY.
Oh, yeah.
Do it yourself.
Do-it-yourself
Well,
projects.
Okay, wait. Sorry. The list is,
Most popular
Places you want to visit.
physical activities.
I wouldn't necessarily call that like a physical activity. I'm thinking hiking or exercising.
Right,
or-
exactly. But it depends on what you're doing. Like sometimes Casey does some pretty intense
Shopping.
do-it-yourself
Yeah, I
stuff
guess
around the
so.
house, building
If you're building a
parts of your
house.
home.
Yeah.
This we're talking. You're starting at the point of a coma, and then what is physical after that? So with these, like some of these are very light physically demanding, but it is still a physical activity.
These are the most popular ones.
I guess like when I do like full gardening, like do my, my spring.
Tactical gardening.
Well, it is a little physically taxing.
Number 3 on the list is gardening. I did some yesterday. Did yard work. I don't call that gardening. Gardening's
What'd you do
actually planting.
specifically?
I pruned all the dead stuff, and that's a pain in the ass, but necessary. So I got out and got some. It was beautiful. So I'm like, all right, I'll go knock some of this out.
It's a lot nicer when it's nicer.
And usually, and so we have we pay for someone to come and do that because I'm like I'll mess it up. But this year I'm going to do the increment, and plus it's a lot of it's a lot of time to do it. It's also very expensive to have someone do it. So I'm going to go out and kind of pick at it and do a little bit here and a little bit there and hopefully get it all done.
So you're going to handle it all by the picking method?
Yeah,
All
I think
right.
so. Marissa?
Just really quickly back to gymnastics. I really want to do adult gymnastics.
Adult gymnastics?
I saw it on
Porn.
TikTok. I saw like you literally just do like the rolling over the big wheels and kind of like
You gotta go.
The rolling over in the big wheels.
like those big.
And now, rolling over in the big wheel from South Korea, Hong Fing. Now jumping over the stick.
I know what she's talking about.
Yeah, I want to do like old school. Like I'm the person that when we're out, I'll try to do a cartwheel on the curb and then get mad when I don't land on the curb. Like I used to do gymnastics when I was a kid.
like
I
the
wanted
curb, treating it like it's
Like
the
it's a balance
it's a
beam.
balance beam.
Yes.
Marissa, the Philadelphia School of Circus Arts, that's what they do.
They do like adult gymnastics
Yes.
or like the aerial. Like I don't want to do
No,
the aerial
they
stuff.
They have. I actually was just there,
Okay.
and yes, they have a whole. You can do adult workshops where it's just gymnastics if you don't want to be hanging from things from from the ceiling. Yes.
Well, there's a subsection of gymnastics which is tumbling, and maybe that's kind of what you're talking about,
Yeah,
Marissa. Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to jump in the foam pit and like play in a trampoline.
Yeah.
Okay. So number 3 on this list is gardening. These are the most popular physical activities. And this is in the fourth quarter of 2024 that this was done, surveying 2,000 people. Number 2 on the list, Casey's all on board. It's swimming.
Yeah, love it. Love it. I gotta get
My
back in
wife
the pool.
adores it as well. Yeah, swimming is everything to her.
And then number 1 on this list, most popular physical activity is simply walking.
Love that too.
Get out and
Love
take
hiking,
a
walking.
Nice walk. So,
I like going for walks.
Why not ping pong? Why is ping pong not on?
I don't know. It should be.
It should be, right?
It's
You have pool.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, Casey mentioned pickleball. Like how this is
That
list
too.
is not the
Pickleball.
old-
I don't know. This list sucks.
This
I'm
is-
throwing this
yeah.
list
Except
away.
for the shopping.
Except
where
for the
it's
shopping. That
spot
list is
on.
terrible.
All right, here's another survey. This has to do with March Madness and how Americans make their March Madness picks. It was a poll of 2,000 U.S. adults. Nearly half of those polled participate in March Madness in some way, and 24% of those are in to win some money. And that's especially true for younger folks, as 34% of the respondents, 34% of Gen Z, and 29% of millennials are hoping to win some big money.
May I ask a question concerning this? So I'm not, and you're in the same boat, Preston. We appreciate sports, but we're not completely embroiled in it, right?
Especially college basketball.
So college basketball. But I remember, and you guys perhaps can school me on this. It was really cool, even to the novice. We had such a wonderful series of years. Where, I remember the excitement and the
Sure,
swept
Villanova,
up and
St. Joe's,
everything
Temple,
was hopping, and it seems like a no man's land.
Well,
Nick, you want to tell them?
A lot. Well, two things. A lot of it, Steve, is the sport itself has changed. There's very little loyalty when it comes to players staying with school. So, for example, a decade ago, Jay Wright would cultivate a program where he would try to get the players to come for 4 years, stay for 4 years, and be loyal to that program. So you could watch these guys develop. That doesn't exist anymore because of the NIL and the transport portal, where you can go from one school to the next like a free agent in regular sports.
So that's killed that part of it.
In my mind, anyway. The second part of it is there are, I believe, 0 for 12 Philadelphia college teams making it to the men's and women's dance this year.
Nothing.
Not one school from the City Six for men or for women. So if college basketball growing up in Philadelphia, it really was a big deal. You paid attention to Temple versus St. Joe's, the St. Joe's Nova rivalry, all of them. Even, the quote unquote lesser teams would have good years where, Penn would have a great year in the Ivies and they would win the Ivy League and then go to the big dance and some, there'd be an upset here and there. Princeton, for example, they had a good team every now and then. So the local interest in college basketball has precipitously declined because the level of play in Philly, in and around Philly, has gone way down.
I'm sorry.
Do you still fill out your bracket?
No.
You don't do it anymore?
No.
Wow.
I will pick a winner.
okay.
Yeah, I definitely. I'm going to put $10, $10 whole dollars on Michigan State to win it all. But my mom, it's kind of adorable because she spends February, March watching college basketball so she can hone her knowledge, right? Just so that she can select the Catholic teams to win it all. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you watch the whole thing and then she's like, Gonzaga to win it all. And
she just shows her support.
Does your daughter go to Michigan State?
Yeah.
All right, and are they ranked number 1?
No. I think going into the tournament, they were like ranked 8th or 9th, but they're a number 2 seed. So they definitely, and Tom Izzo is a legendary coach. So,
all right.
So $10, like I was saying on Bet Parks, $10 on Michigan State wins you $6.25.
All right. So is it getting pretty exciting for her yet?
Yeah. Well, so not only that, but listen, the football team wasn't all that great, but the hockey team was like ranked 1 or 2, and they're in for the Big Ten championship this Saturday against Ohio State, and then then the Frozen Four will take place. So right now, it's all about basketball and hockey there.
Case, I remember being down on Main Street in Manioc, and I think it was Villanova making one of their runs. And the excitement was palpable.
Yeah. I remember with Jameer Nelson at St. Joe's.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
That was a huge deal. And I ended up losing to Oklahoma State, and I think it was the Elite Eight. which sucked because we really had the potential to win it all.
And they were perfect up until that point. But we were friends with Phil Martelli, with Fran Dunphy's retiring at the end of this year. I grew up rooting for John Chaney, running sort of like the blue collar team in North Philly. Like all of these teams and all these coaches, there were a lot of attachment for Philadelphians, and much of that has disappeared.
Who was the 1-2 punch with Jameer Nelson at St. Joe's? Who was the other guy?
Delonte West.
Delonte. I looked him up again not that long ago. He's still
It's so sad.
Still having, he's got mental health issues and drug issues and all this stuff's just terrible, man. Such
Nick,
potential.
Going back to what you said, I think Jameer's son did what you said and kind of bounced around to different schools.
The transfer?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's super easy. And look, the players deserve that. I mean, the schools make so much money off of those players anyway. I don't blame the players for wanting to make some money in a college basketball career. It's just really changed the dynamic of the sport.
Nick, you mentioned Phil Martelli. His son is coaching somewhere. Where's his son coaching?
That's a good question.
All right, because I mean, that for when you don't essentially have a horse in the race, that's when you go, oh, Michigan State or Phil Martelli's son. You know what I mean? That's when you start rooting for any sort of
you raised a good
connection
point,
to
though.
home.
Preston, what if they switched to the donkey basketball?
Oh.
Remember that? Was that they called it, right?
Yeah. I did that one time.
He's at Michigan Case.
Okay.
So, by the way, when it comes to creating what they hope will be a winning bracket, only 16% of respondents make their choices based on their limited knowledge of basketball, while 14% go with a hunch. And Gen Z is more likely to make their picks based on families or friends' preferences at 23%, or just vibes that they have at 22%, than relying on actual basketball for understanding. And for 1 in 10 millennials, their picks come down to whether or not they like the team's mascot. And so that's how they make their choices.
All about the mascot.
Yeah. I'm going to come back to that, Casey. All right, so let's do another survey. This one is a survey of, it's through Wallet Hub. And they reveal how strongly people feel about tipping culture today. So we're asked to, hand out tips all over the place now. And this survey finds that nearly 90% of Americans feel that tipping is out of control. Almost 3 in 5 think that businesses are using customer tips to replace employees' salaries. And 83% believe that automatic service charges should be banned.
I almost feel like I need to know what your hourly wage is, right?
Ask.
Well, because when you talk about servers, their hourly wage is like $2 an hour,
Is it still?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But if you're making $20 an hour, then I'm less inclined to tip you.
But that's typically who you tip, right? Like servers.
But now everybody's got a tip jar out.
Well, I know. If you go just to get coffee, now you're being asked to tip, whereas we never did. So some people are hesitant because, are they getting an actual salary? I don't know.
So I think what a lot of people in that 90%, a lot of those people are reacting to, you're at a kiosk and you just bought a cover for your phone and they turn the screen around and ask if you want a tip. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So you're being over requested and solicited for tips.
Yeah.
You know me. I'm a consistent, generous tipper. But even that seems like, really? So I think there's a general reaction to that. And I do, in case, having anybody who's worked in the service industry, the tips will become a tremendous part of your salary. Mm-hmm. Now, by default, businesses can't just go, we just keep you paying you less and just hope you get it in the tips. That's not good either.
I was at an outdoor rink at ice skating. Jason was playing hockey, and there was a food truck, and I had to get him something at the food truck. And this is the worst. When they say, do you want to add a tip? They don't even turn the iPad around. They ask you. So then I was like, oh, yeah, sure. He handed me a bag of Skittles and a water. And he was like, do you want a tip? I was like, oh, sure.
Well, if you'd be comfortable saying, would you mind giving me $5?
Yeah.
So that's another way of asking. You can't solicit a tip that way. You can put up a sign, tipping is appreciated, and let that be the voluntary decision of the person your customer to make. But you can't just say, so how big is my tip going to be?
Wait, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to correct something I said earlier. Phil Martelli's son is a coach at Bryant University. I said Michigan. He was at Michigan before.
All right,
but he's at Bryant now.
This is a donation, though, so if you don't want me to go here, I don't have to. But I meant to bring this up. I wanted to ask you guys about it. There are people now, I've seen them in Plymouth Meeting, Conshohocken, mostly at the Metroplex. I've also seen them at the Plymouth Meeting Mall. They set up a little table. They're asking for donations. They say they work for a nonprofit, right? And they're asking for donations for abused children in foster care. And then they give you a QR code. You can scan it and you can donate. But it seems a little like shoddy, the setup. Like it's like a trash can with the other day it was a trash can with like who they were and their logo taped to it. Now I didn't go into further investigation and look them up and all that to see if it was legit, but if they are, they need to do a better job of setting up their...
You're well within your rights to be cynical. There were a bunch of kids at an intersection I passed through and I saw, and they had it looked suspicious, and later on I saw on the news that they had been the organizer had been arrested and that it was a scam. Well, so you know, I mean, of course I want to donate to your charity and help out if I can. But I think you have, if you get a little something in the back of your mind or in your stomach that says, this seems weird, don't do it.
Well, and they're a little aggressive. That's what.
Give me your money!
No, but that's what I didn't like. I had said, I walked into Old Navy. They were outside of Old Navy. And I said, I spoke to you guys at Redstone last week.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, okay. And then when I walked out of Old Navy, they still grabbed me. And I was like, look, guys, I said, I spoke to you already. Like, if I was going to donate, I was going to donate at Redstone. And it was just, it was too aggressive for me to be legit.
Kath, it was, this is years ago. There was a gas station in Delco, in Drexel Hill area. And, you know, sometimes you'll see those, you know, it's like a jug for a charity. And these people, they wrote, like, it handwritten on this jug, it just says money for sick kids. Like,
I know.
It was like written in crayon.
In general.
Yeah,
money for sick kids. Mm-hmm. So with the sick kids, if you were a sick kid, could you reach your hand in and pull out some money?
Just grab some money.
Yeah. I'm sick.
Going back to the tips and not the donations, this person says, I'm a server at Texas Roadhouse, make $2.83 an hour, $2.83 an hour. So I live for my tips. They said I had a table that had a bill of $238 and they tipped $15, not even 10%. Now, I'm sure you did a fine job and maybe they were just a chintzy person or they made a mistake. But I still do tip on merit, on did I get good service or not. Now, I will do the 20% for standard service. That's fine. I will do more if somebody goes above and beyond or just adds whatever flourish that happens to be. But if you underperform, I'm going to undertip.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think
you
that's
gotta work
part
it.
of it.
That's part of the pact.
And I'm not asking for much, but if you come in with a certain attitude, and listen, I don't know what's going on in your life, but for your job, you need to compartmentalize and put on.
You don't know what's going on in my life.
Exactly. So anyhow, but I do tip on
merit
performance.
Yeah.
You know what? I overtip on breakfast because it's always so cheap, and I feel like they've done just as much as lunch or dinner, and they're getting a smaller tip.
I always try to be, again, take into consideration the amount of work that they're doing. But listen, again, having known and family who have made their money through tips and they're living off of tips, it does matter.
All right. So anyhow, 90% believe that tipping is out of hand. And more than a quarter of American thinks that tips should be taxed. So people have some strong opinions about it.
I mean, listen, I just got back from Italy. You don't tip there.
Nope.
You know what I mean? And
you may love.
You do. And like it's more of like this is what we agreed upon. The agreed upon price is $20. Give me $20.
So I saw real quick, and then we'll move on because you mentioned that. I saw a really cool video on Instagram recently, and it was wait service in America versus in Europe. And it showed a dramatization of a guy sitting there and, the server coming up in America. Hi, how you doing today? Okay, here's some water for you. And they were jokingly over-pouring the water and doing too much stuff. And then in Europe, it's like the server comes walking by your table and doesn't acknowledge you whatsoever until you hail them and have them come over, essentially. I think their brand of service is different than it is over here.
More machine-like?
More just like, you tell me when you're ready and I'll come over and I'll bring you what you want. But as opposed to here, it's they're waiting on you. They're checking on you. They're making sure that you have what you need. So therefore, maybe they don't quite earn that. You know what I mean?
Did you get the perception that they would have been insulted had you have tipped?
Because I had a bartender when we were in Ireland one time.
Right.
Give me the side eye because I
don't need your charity.
I threw him a couple of punts
you're a big media star in the United States.
As a thank you, Stephen. It was almost like in the scene where in Ferris Bueller, where they're at the restaurant and he throws $5 and he just kind of laughs and just kind of almost barely picks up the money because he doesn't want to touch it. It was almost like that.
Wow.
I felt like that.
Wow.
So I don't know. It's different cultures. All right, we're going to wrap up Survey Says, and we are going to segue into breaking news.
Breaking news.
This was posted on the Facebook page, at 6:15 this morning. Pika's Pizza in Upper Darby is closing this summer.
Come on, man.
What?
Listen, the only thing,
Then it says, but not forever.
But
I thought it was forever.
Oh.
Maybe
so
they're
Marissa just handed
renovating?
this in. There was a text that I saw earlier that said that Pika's is closing. It says, after nearly 70 wonderful years of serving Upper Darby community, it is with heavy hearts we announce that Pika's Restaurant Upper Darby will be closing in the summer of 2025. As we prepare to close our doors, we want to express our deepest gratitude for your unwavering support. Okay, now I haven't read this.
There is a Pika's in Westchester, so
Same owners?
Okay.
yeah.
We are excited to share that we are taking this time to plan for a new and smaller location in the Delaware County area that will allow us to continue serving you with the same love and dedication. Stay tuned for updates on our journey ahead.
All right.
And that is from the Pika family.
Listen, we lost Gaetano's last year or 2 years ago. That was a Springfield staple, and there were two different locations, and they're both gone. I need that back in my life. And that, I believe, there was a sickness.
Wait, this just in from Marissa Magnotta, Casey. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Westchester is staying open.
Okay.
Casey, Westchester is staying open.
So you'll have that.
I mean,
You're not happy.
It's no. That's.
Pika's is your jam.
He's done a lot there.
Yeah, I've
You've
done
been
a lot there, but like Last Stand's gone. Like I said, Gaetano's is gone. I can't have a Pika's gone, and then what's next, Charlie's? You can't take Charlie's away from me? You can't do this.
This
to me.
just in.
Listen, I've said this before.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Would you ever, because of all these things and these places that have such importance in your life, would you ever consider going in with a couple other people and opening up a stand or something that replicates some of these beloved institutions in Delco? I mean, don't you think you'd be...
Dude,
I want the
do you know
Last
how
Stand back.
tough that business is?
I know. So
it would be a lot of work.
Listen,
There's
I know,
no way.
I know the owners of the Last Stand. And I remember hanging out with them. I was at an event, and they were like, "Do you know how many hot dogs you need to sell to make a profit?"
Yep.
I get it.
What if they had the media machine that is
Right.
Casey boy? Yeah.
I don't have the hustle in me, man.
All right. Well, anyhow, so they're closing that location, and that's sad because it's an institution. It's been there for a long, long time, and people have done important things in their lives there, have had important things. They're going to remain open, but in a different space, and it's that building is special to a lot of people.
I don't like original, and I don't like different.
I've never had it, Case. I want to have.
Oh, we'll take you there. Preston's not the hugest
Preston.
fan. Listen,
it offends Casey.
It does not. It does not. It is. It's a unique pie, right? There's no other pizza like Pika's in Delco.
I know,
That's
but
when
I
you
feel
say
like
when you've had sex you didn't enjoy it. It was unique.
It was unique.
No, but you always talk about it, so I want to try it.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll take you out on it.
You need to do it.
I've had it. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to do it before the end of the summer for sure.
Well, or we can just go to Westchester. Is it the same place?
It's the same. Although it's got to be the same. I've never actually been to the Westchester location. I've only gone to the Upper Darby location.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
All right. Well, anyhow, that's our breaking news. So
All
I
right.
thought I would share that with you. All right. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We have the bizarre file stories on the way. Alex Lifeson of Rush is going to be on our show this morning talking about his band Envy of None. That'll be in the 9 o'clock hour. A few other guests too. Adam Ray, Jim Florentine. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash dash dash.
But I didn't say roast. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about rats when he said, when I was when I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know. And it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with Rats.
What's that? That's Rocky
doing the
Four.
Rocky.
Exactly.
Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
It's him and Apollo, right?
oh my God, yeah, it is.
Palo.
But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter.
Yeah, you don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good.
Who's doing it?
It's
is
one
it
of the
new
newer
girl?
one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon,
Yeah.
long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and
yeah.
it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe. There we go. If you have the clip, yeah. So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight.
Excuse me, now I got to feed the seagulls.
What?
They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand.
You're an idiot.
I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was actually about Ghost.
Oh, Ghost.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
All right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Ghost Man. Can you talk some sense into this bitch?
That's how you fight with your woman, Scooby-Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Somebody out?
Kevin.
Kevin. Okay, Kevin.
Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do Me With the Devil is not a correct time.
All right, but it's going to hurt. I have horns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask.
Oh, God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know
I
it.
know. Wahoo!
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the Devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil!
All right,
Okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is pain and
Baby's Day Out. It's
it's pain and glory.
Okay.
His production house El Desio announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas.
Yes.
And Penelope Cruz. Yes.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will.
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a. What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle. It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know?
And you snatch is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude.
Totally went there.
It sounds less
what's a
FCC
snatch?
offensive.
When you say snatch?
See, you snatch. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snatch?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. Your snatch.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know.
It's not FCC violation.
It's okay.
No.
Should be good.
Yeah.
SNASH. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right, then.
He says Spanish 101.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll
just say a friend of mine.
A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes, this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Murder-suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
they'd done it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed that and because they were especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like so
very committed to her?
Yes. And it was like one of those deals like, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years.
Yeah. They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came
she
by,
called them meshies?
she kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts?
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this? Are we? Okay, just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay. And she would perform on him.
Okay. So this would be no underwear.
No underwear, just meshies.
Okay.
And she would.
She would
She'd
show
use her mouth.
Yeah, she would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's
Fine.
doing with
No,
her.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he have to have mesh shorts on?
Because they're thinner and as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, there's not as much. It's almost like wearing latex, I guess, or something.
I guess
the mesh shorts allows you could feel breath through them.
Yeah.
You could feel. They're aerated a little bit,
right?
So
now,
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, so it's one of two reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want contact.
Was this? Was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's one of two reasons. Either
plausible deniability, I think, is what the meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
Take off the damn shorts. Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
We're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh-on-flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself for marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
Yeah. And for many people, that's you know, I wouldn't besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line.
How do you get excited about that either? You know
Well,
what I
he
mean?
hadn't had it.
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's like Friday night, but ooh, messy. Go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Did you,
Got it.
Steve, did you check under the bed?
Yes. Right. Where are my Oreos?
But wait a minute. So would he...
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's doing a lot of laundry, I guess.
When your friend told you about this.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah,
No,
it's not.
I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend
Meshies is code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later or?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during.
No,
the period.
While you knew they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94 through 96 or something like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh yeah,
or- okay.
yeah. I mean, it was because now it's he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
But to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a okay, like a little bit of a turn on?
no. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time. You know what I mean? They never knew.
People will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah,
like they shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a Meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts. Really?
Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I
They're a
own.
little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
Yeah, this guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my friend
that's
wears
creepy.
really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That's that was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants.
Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah,
Like
he's
that's
going
the
to
noise
strip,
you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin'.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have to. Jerome Hammond
Thank you, Kathy.
had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Wow.
Yep.
The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
Oh, my
the
God.
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless, and his skull, skin, and features are yet to be fully aligned.
So it basically looks like Kris Jenner.
But he is positive about his
It
recovery.
is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man.
God.
You are the worst ever. God.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
We're half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
Focus on the feet.
Don't look up.
Oh, look at it.
Oh my God, he's great. Give him the mic.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke it.
MMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. Very quickly before the B-file, a couple of shout-outs and a butt plug. All right, so this one says, good morning, and this is from, I should have done this yesterday. This is from Renee Fisher. She says, tomorrow, meaning yesterday, It's my husband Spencer's 60th birthday. It'd be great if you could give him a big, juicy shout out for his birthday. And he'll be listening between 7:30 and 10 a.m. We listen every day. Thank you so much. Love you guys, Renee Fisher. So here's a shout out and happy birthday to you, Spence. And then this one says, hey, Preston, my name is Sean, longtime listener, and I'm just emailing you to say hi and asking for a shout out. I'm going through a rough time right now, and I could use some cheering up. Thanks again. Keep rocking. Love you all and listen every single day. So that's from Sean Hammer. Sean, hang in there, bud. Hope it gets better for you. It certainly will. And then the last one, this is a plug. I sent the information to Nick. Hopefully he's got it up on the community page of PrestonandSteve.com. It says, hey, guys, it's Alex, the fire juggler who did food trucks and fireworks and was juggling at the Cardboard Classic, watching the fun. My friends recently had their RV where they were living burned down in a fire 4 days ago. I was hoping you could give a shout out to them and their GoFundMe listed in the Facebook post that I linked. They are instrumental to our local music community here in New Jersey. They're sound technicians for a lot of local festivals and events and could really use all the help they can get. Now, I sent the link over to Nick and I did not click on it, so I don't have their name and the story of this, but I'm assuming Nick put it on the community page of PrestonandSteve.com. He's out of the studio right now. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, he needed a minute.
Okay, he's taking a smash. No, I don't know what he's doing. All right, so anyhow, I will mention that. That is from Alex Romano, our juggler, and we'll find out about getting that up on the community page. All right, we need to do the Bizarre File right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. And tickets and lineup are available at heliumcomedy.com. Well, the FAA and law enforcement are investigating after a passenger allegedly attacked a number of people on a Delta Airlines flight from Atlanta to Los Angeles on Monday.
Come on.
Shortly after they landed in LA at LAX, staff on board reported an adult male was restrained after biting one passenger and hitting some others. An ambulance took the restrained man to the hospital for a psychological evaluation and later returned to examine a passenger he had injured. It's not clear what happened after this passenger was taken to the hospital, but he could
must be out of your goddamn mind.
face criminal or civil penalties. More than 2,100 reports of unruly passengers were logged by the FAA last year.
Wow.
And more than 300 such incidents have been logged so far this year. And some incidents may lead to prosecution on criminal charges. Unruly passenger behavior reached a record high during the pandemic with nearly 6,000 incidents logged that particular year. 2020.
Never been a better time to fly.
2021, yep. So a Texas woman, listen to this, who won $83.5 million in a jackpot in February through a courier service, said the Texas Lottery Commission advised her that her winnings may never be paid out.
What?
As the Texas Rangers investigate the lottery drawing.
Huh?
The woman,
are we talking like a Walker?
No, not Walker, Texas Ranger, but a Texas Ranger probably.
Oh.
So the woman who wished to remain anonymous said I'm being treated as a bad guy. So the woman, here's the deal, and I'd never heard of this. The woman
Walker told me I had AIDS.
had used Jack Pocket.
Jack Pocket?
Yep, which is an app that allows you to buy lottery tickets and scratch-offs over the phone to purchase $20 worth of Texas Lotto tickets for the February 17th drawing. Now, couriers are mobile and online applications that buy lottery tickets on people's behalf for a service fee. Lottery courier services have come under fire from many Texas lawmakers who feel they are illegal under current state law and are upset that the Lottery Commission allowed the services to operate in the state. The Texas Senate passed a bill that would ban courier services.
So if I understand correctly, you're hiring someone to go get lottery tickets
That's
for
what
you?
they do, yeah. So and they charge you a service fee.
Right.
So after her lottery win and after increased pressure from state lawmakers, the Lottery Commission said that lottery courier services are not legal in Texas, and it is proposing a rule change that would revoke the license of any retailer that works with a courier service. Now, later that same day, Governor Greg Abbott directed the Texas Rangers to investigate her lottery win and a $95 million jackpot win in 2023, where a single group were able to purchase more than $25 million worth of tickets.
I see.
And buy almost every combination of numbers. An investigation found the group purchased the tickets from 4 different retailers that work with courier services. Now, the woman, though, said her lawyer said that his client is the rightful winner and deserves to be paid. He said, we played by all the rules. Sometimes there are reasons to investigate things, but I don't think mine is one of them, she said. She said that she does not understand why she's being grouped with the other jackpot where they bought all those tickets. She only bought $20 worth of lottery tickets.
It doesn't seem like she was trying to corner the market on it. No, just a regular purchase.
And that's far fewer than obviously the $25 million tickets that were bought by this other group that she's being lumped in with. So that doesn't sound cool at all.
No, it
to
doesn't.
me.
Hopefully they'll rectify it. Now it has national attention. Maybe that'll make a difference.
We'll see.
We'll put Kathy on it. She's good with this kind of stuff.
All right, I'm going to tell you about a new business in Las Vegas. It's called Rent-A-Grandma.
Rent-A-Grandma.
It provides a variety of services such as nannying, babysitting, in-home care, cooking, and domestic staff, and is currently employing individuals with a large breadth of life experience to help those who need it. So Magdalena Brandon said that her business was experiencing a slow period and wanted to lend her time and a helping hand, and she decided to enroll in Rent-A-Grandma.
Hi, Grandmom.
She said, I always like to look for other means of doing things, and the flexible hours and variety of duties appealed to her.
Smash, smash, kapow, pow, pow, waka, waka, doo-doo-doo-wah.
While she was running to the grocery store, taking someone to the doctor's office. So Brandon recounted her time with a 99-year-old assisted living with whom she would regularly go to lunch, and the experience included a historical perspective on the Korean War. And she added that she found it rewarding to bring some happiness to the veteran's life. And it's that type of experience that Rent-A-Grandma looks to provide for its staff and its clients, placing individuals with families as nannies, babysitters, in-home care providers, chefs, cooks, and domestic staff. So she decided to do this in Vegas, and apparently she said the service brings a warm and friendly approach to the task. When a client calls and they're asking for a grandma, she said, I try to fit them with the best grandma that can suit their needs depending on where they live and the hours they want to work.
We have one of those calls, so I'll look for it, Preston.
Okay. Since its grand opening, 25 grandmas and 5 grandpas have been enrolled. Each of them undergoes a background check and is CPR trained. So they can come in and you can rent a grandparent.
Can't find it.
That's all right. A federal judge dismissed the charges Monday against a Minnesota man accused of hiding a stolen pair of ruby slippers. This is another follow-up to this story.
Oh, boy.
That Judy Garland wore in The Wizard of Oz after prosecutors informed the court that he had died on Sunday. So they have dismissed the charges. Jerry Hall Slitterman, 77 years old, who had been in poor health with lung disease and other ailments, had been scheduled to change his plea, but the hearing was postponed because he was hospitalized.
Shave the slippers.
And now they said that he has died. He was hospitalized in January for inability to walk and sepsis as well.
I'm surprised no one has been killed over these slippers over the years.
Yeah.
They are the hottest auction. They might be the hottest auction item ever to come out of Hollywood.
So the sequin red slippers were stolen in 2005 from the Judy Garland Museum, and their whereabouts remained a mystery for 13 years until the FBI recovered them in 2018. They fetched a record for movie memorabilia at $32 million in December. The slippers were one of several pairs that Garland wore during filming. Only 3 remain. Now, Terry John Martin, who's now 78, used a hammer to smash the glass of the museum's door and display case to steal them. And you remember this, according to his attorney, an old associate with connections to the mob told him the shoes had been adorned with real jewels to justify their $1 million insured value, but he got rid of the slippers when he learned that they were just fake and sequins.
Not real jewels.
And they ended up with this guy, Slitterman, who pleaded guilty in 2023 and was sentenced last January, but he died. So.
You know, a recent thing came up about the Yellow Brick Road and Wizard of Oz. So the Yellow Brick Road spirals around when you're in the
Munchkin Land.
The Munchkin Land.
Yep.
But there's also a red brick road that is
really,
if you're looking at it, and this is erased about, and if they can call up a picture at some point, the question is, where would that road go to? Okay, see, there's the red.
Oh, yeah.
Where's that shiznit going?
That's a good question. I don't know where that shiznit goes. I do not know.
Yeah.
Well, the mystery remains. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Here, Nick just pulled this up, Steve, and apparently It might. Oh, it says some interpretations suggest it might lead to Glinda's Castle or the Munchkin houses.
Huh. So they have like another suburb?
Maybe.
Welcome to Munchkin Pines.
All right, and with that, we're going to take a quick break. So we'll come back in a moment. We have a number of guests on the show. Like I said, Alex Lifeson is joining us from Rush. Adam Ray will be on the program. Jim Florentine, too. But we'll come back with some other stuff. So stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to
Yes.
our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago, and we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point and had a little.
Well, he's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time. You don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and she ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because you are, as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours, and now you're a family man yourself. But her ability to write females that, and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson in
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better though.
So we hadn't seen her talent. Yes.
And I suppose Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well, because you come from Hollywood royalty, and people.
Because of my stripping background.
You were a stripper.
Yeah, and
you did that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because you're a family, and you've had to prove in yourself. On your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin director of Juno died today or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so? You good? Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong...
No, I mean, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
Yep. I'll give you...
Trach first.
Wait a minute.
The G-spot, yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. Learn stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G-spot is.
It's named after a doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another...
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the...
Lord Cunnilingus.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military title.
It's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up, Nick.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So, it's a G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot. And let me see. It doesn't. Ernst Grafenberg.
Yeah.
His name. Ernst.
Ernst.
Ha ha ha.
I guess
Him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right, anyhow, we
With
have,
your stupid spots.
what I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right,
thank
high
you.
five, brother. Right
High
up.
five.
Nice.
Did you say hey five? What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said hey five.
Oh, I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey five, everybody.
Hey five.
The oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the brain.
Good Lord.
Wow, what it actually, I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey five.
Oh, hey five.
Yeah, hey
By
five.
the way, so my kids do this thing now where if you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's it's like
What?
it's the nice version.
If you
of
see a
Punch
wild
Buggy.
horse,
No.
Oh, it's a nice version of Punch Buggy. Okay. All right.
Mustang,
high five. Are you a high fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch Buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do
But then
Punch
nobody-
Buggy.
Wait a second.
wins.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins in that.
Let this Mustang thing breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No.
No.
What do you do? Hey, Mustang. And you put your hand
Mustang high five.
up? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay, yellow
is it again?
yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No, I've done Padiddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight. Mm-hmm.
And pedaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
One taillight.
That's back help.
totally
Is that
different.
a different thing?
Yeah, but
it's
it's a
I,
thing.
Yeah, I saw you go.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And I that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, I go, my kids always get me first,
Yeah.
so I finally get to do it. To
I was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
Need to do what you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh my
and
God!
Beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which I said, which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes, it's funny though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go,
Well, this
like
is
slap-
at Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead. And after that, the team took it over and began giving each other high fives after each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan, and there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm-up, and this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players, and they each come out, and then there's one guy standing near the basket, and he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy, and it took coordination as a little bit of a choreography.
Do you have any special...
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that.
Yeah.
But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a three-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Mouth butt.
That's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually, it's more like this. Super white.
Super. Yeah, because we didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just
Terry's
as
black,
white
the
as
bro shake, and then
Yeah.
oh man, snap. All
right.
You got to do
Hey,
this.
just, wait. He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch
I
pros do this. There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey's still thinking.
I think you just took a step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry already
You better brush up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth billy bass.
A big
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head. An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth billy bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth Billy Bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth Billy Bass performances,
Well, I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den, he asked Timmerman on its whereabouts.
Where's my fish?
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass
Where is my fish? How do you get that high?
Where is my fish? It was right here!
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass was...
You can see the silhouette! It was right there!
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch!
that Billy Bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait, where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on accident.
British guacamole?
Steve and I looked at each other. Limey guacamole.
It's British guacamole.
Limey is a term for a Brit. It's kind of a derogatory term.
Or lime.
Yeah, limey.
This is really good limey guacamole.
I love this limey stuff. This limey's really know how to make guac.
You know why they got that nickname?
Yeah.
Because of the limes and gin and tonics, yeah.
No. It goes back further than that.
Yeah, well, they would use the limes in a gin and tonic to fight scurvy because the only access that they had to anything in vitamin C was that. And so a gin and tonic, there was, quinine in the tonic, and that helped as well. Yeah,
I just thought they literally sucked on limes or any kind of citrus. They would bring lemons too, but they focused on limes. This is when they would be out on ships for months at a time.
A lot of sucking.
There were two diseases they were trying to fight at the same time. Malaria, which is where you get the quinine for the tonic, and gin, and then the scurvy with the citruses.
And thus was born a great cocktail.
Yeah, no, I'd like a daiquiri.
and an insult.
And an insult on top of it. By the way, going back to Learn to Fly, Nick pulled up a songs about flying.
Yes.
So here's some titles for you. So in case I was confused about titles that have fly in the title. So Fly Me to the Moon, Fly Away, Lenny Kravitz, Fly Like an Eagle, Come Fly With Me.
Come fly with me.
Another Sinatra. Learning to Fly, Tom Petty. Given to Fly, Pearl Jam. Good song, by the way.
Pretty Fly for a White Guy?
Pretty Fly for a White Guy would be one of them. Yep. Fly Away. It's another, Lenny Kravitz song that has fly in it. Let's see. Learn to Fly by Foo Fighters. And I believe I can fly.
I believe I can touch the sky.
They included Freebird on this list.
Sorry about this. Fly By Night.
Oh yeah.
Rush.
Fly by night.
We're having Alex Lifeson on in a little while. You should sing that for us.
Hey, Alex, you have a second? Can I sing this for you? Fly by night.
I've got to go now.
All right. So I'm trying to figure out which direction to go.
You want to talk about the mystery item?
Yes, thank you. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you, Steve. This is real quick. Not really a topic, but I do need some help. Yesterday, I received an envelope.
Is that that big thing that's ticking?
No, but I have a question.
All right.
It says to the Preston and Steve show, and it has an arrow to my name, and it says Preston, so it's there. And this is from someone named Rachel Lane.
Rachel Lane.
Who lives in West Hills, California. And so she sent this to me, and there's a little baggie in here with some stuff in it.
Uh-oh.
And I'm not sure what it is.
Is it?
Hang on, I'll show it to you. So it's this.
It's Coke.
Well, it's not.
No, it's not Coke.
It looks more like crack.
Wait,
than
hold
it's
it
Coke.
up.
Okay.
What?
Is that foot shavings?
So here's the deal.
Oh, wait a minute.
It comes with a note. All right. It comes with a note, and I reached out to somebody because of this note. It says call for instructions, and it's signed Mr. Papa. So I was wondering if this is from Tom Papa, and is this some kind of stuff that you use for making sourdough bread, like
Starter for
yeast?
sourdough.
So I texted Tom Papa yesterday, and I took a picture of this, and I said, "Hey, I go, is this a sourdough starter, or did a disgruntled listener send me a bag of ricin?"
Yeah,
because I'm like, this could be toxic. I don't know what the hell this stuff is, man, and I haven't opened it up because of that.
Can I see it? Can you
and
hand it over here?
I texted Tom, and he has not gotten back to me.
Yeah, I don't
so I'm
think
wondering
that's from Tom.
if it's not from Tom Papa. I thought maybe Rachel Lane might be like an assistant of his or something like that, and pop this note in here that he signed. But I didn't hear back from Tom, and so I went last night on YouTube to look up sourdough starters and what all is involved in getting that going. And this looks nothing like sourdough starter.
These look like, so on one side it looks like eggshells. These are very brittle little.
It's brittle flakes.
Brittle flakes.
And they're white and on one side, and they're kind of yellowish on the other. And I was wondering maybe and I've seen yeast before. It doesn't look like yeast, but I don't know much about making sourdough. And I thought maybe this is some kind of special sourdough
see if
yeast.
Google can identify it.
What do they call it? The mother yeast?
Yeah, the mother. Yeah.
So maybe it's that, but I didn't hear back from him.
I'm definitely saying no on Tom Papa. I think I believe, and I can't really see it too closely. Is it sea glass? There's a woman that listens to us that collects sea glass, and she wanted to send us some. Do you think that
doesn't look like sea glass to me?
Okay.
No. But it says call for instructions. There's no phone number.
Yeah. So this says here, Preston, hand this over to Preston if you could, Casey.
You take a picture of it?
It says, this says epoxy paint chips.
Someone's trying to kill you, by the way.
Maybe.
Someone's trying to poison you.
But if you look at it, that's Preston on the phone, Kathy.
What?
That's what it looks like.
It looks like
epoxy
What
paint
would you
chip.
use? No, I think someone's trying to poison you.
Okay. That's what I was
Don't
wondering
open
about the ricin thing. I was like,
Smoke alone.
I don't know. So anyhow.
Maybe they want to give you brain damage because if you eat paint chips, you can get brain damage.
Well, I just wanted to throw this out there and see if anybody could help me out
What
with
could
that.
you do? For example, if you could go to lab examine that, if you receive something in the mail and you're not sure what it is and you think it could be something harmful, who do you contact first?
Well, don't
contact us.
Well, no. Maybe like one of our police officer friends. Don't they have don't they send little baggies of things to be tested?
Male sniffing dogs.
So, Preston, I Google imaged dried sourdough starter, and it kind of looks like that.
Oh, it does look like that.
So
That's got to be it.
If Kathy's going down the poison route, I'm going to take the dried sourdough starter route.
If Tom
looks like that?
Yes.
If Tom Papa sent you a little baggie of stuff with a cryptic note, no, there's no way.
Well, I think last time we had him on, because he had sent Steve. Now he sent you some, Steve. Did it look like this?
No, it was an actual. It was a little mini dough.
Okay,
like
all right. So that's after
in a jar.
That's after you create the starter, and then you have to apparently feed it every day. My God, is it a lot of work?
Not every day.
This starter, the video I watched said every day you need to feed that stuff. And
When we talked to Tom Papa, was he supposed to send you something?
I think so. Because I told him, I said, if you send it to me, I will do it for sure. But now I've watched the tutorial videos. I don't know if I'm going to do it because it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
It takes,
I lost
to
mine.
create starter, to actually create the starter takes about a week just to create it. And then to make the bread, that's like another 3 days just to make the bread.
So once the sourdough starter is the mother is there, alive for all intents and purposes.
Yes.
It doesn't need to be maintained as rigorously, but you do
Not
need to
according to
maintain
this
it.
baker that I watched who said every day for the rest of your life, if you want to keep that, you have to do it. It doesn't take long. It takes like 5 minutes to mix this stuff in there. And so anyway, okay, we're looking at pictures. Yeah, this might be it. Dried sourdough flakes.
Can I see it? I didn't
Coming
get
over.
to look at poison!
Stop it. I threw it to her. Scared her.
Poison!
Kathy, just inhale a little bit of it. And you simply rehydrate it, Preston.
Oh.
All you got to do is add water.
All right. Well, that might be it. But it said call for instructions. I texted him and he never got back to me.
Well, he didn't.
He's
say
a busy man.
He didn't say text for
He
instructions.
said call him.
All right, so if you're keeping it at room temperature daily, if you're keeping it in the refrigerator weekly.
Okay.
I don't think this is Tom Papa. If it is, I'm a little upset.
I think
this is how he's
I'm
sending
going
it.
sourdough
All right,
now.
all right. This is what we need to do. We need to find an autograph from Mr. Tom Papa, and then we can do the
comparison.
Comparison.
Can we just call him? What time is it? Where is he?
Can you search Tom Papa autograph?
Cancel checks.
And I will compare him and that's it. Yep. It's
That's it.
him.
Done.
That's it.
Done.
This is from Tom Papa.
This is what you're sending a baggie of poison with no context or instruction whatsoever.
So who does it come from again? His assistant?
Rachel Lane.
Rachel Lane.
And
Is
then
that is that his alter
Maybe it is.
identity?
And then
Maybe it is.
put some random name on it that we don't know. Tom.
Right.
Come on.
All right.
We need to let Tom Papa know that we thought we had a dangerous chemical incursion.
That's it,
him.
Kathy.
Yeah,
Look at
It's totally him.
Yeah, look at the 2 P's and the A. That's exactly his signature. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We need to talk. to
I
this
was
guy.
a little scared.
Why would
Just
you
a
be
little
scared? I'd be a lot of scared.
That something nefarious might be happening. Okay, so now I need to get in touch with him and find out exactly what to do with
Well,
this.
now we know Tom Papa's
Please.
trying to poison you.
And let him know you have no intention of maintaining it because you said you don't want to do it.
No, I am going to do it. I'm gonna go the distance. But while I was watching the video of this
Dude,
clocked him right in the
Never
face.
do that again.
that was unbelievably perfect.
Kathy threw the bag
The
at me and
poison.
it hit me right in the nose.
And hit his microphone.
But anyway, while I was watching the craft of creating sourdough bread, in my mind I'm like, I could just go to Panera and buy one.
I just had one last night. Their sandwiches are on sourdough.
Yep.
Everybody's making these protein bagels now. You can use like what's the cottage cheese and so I gave it.
And ricin.
I gave it a whirl.
Whoa!
How'd
You
that
made a
turn out?
bagel?
Yeah.
I made 2 batches that both went into the trash. They
man.
were awful. They were terrible. I followed the instructions exactly how my sister-in-law told me to do it. She's like, they're amazing. I love them. You should do it. It's so easy. You can definitely do it. I definitely can't do it.
Picture shot of Kathy sitting outside with like a blanket around her as a hazmat team is putting out a fire in the kitchen.
And then she goes, okay, you just overcooked them a little bit. Like, try another batch. I tried the second batch. No.
No, man.
How did you actually literally bake them or did you boil them as well?
No, I baked. There's just baking.
Wow, those look great.
I got to see a picture.
Oh, wow.
It looks like if you were to salt a turd.
They don't even look like bagels.
It looks like sea. What is it?
The sea urchin?
The large salt, the largest version of salt that you can use.
Like rock salt?
Rock salt on turds.
There is a sourdough outfit in California called Rise and Grind Sourdough, and the owner of that company is named Rachel. And I'm trying to figure out if her last name is Lane.
Okay.
It's Layne, by the way.
Okay. Not like Lois.
Good CSIing here, Nick.
Yeah, thank you for everyone's help on that. And,
yeah. Now go ahead.
Okay.
Now you have something not to do.
I'll try it.
All right.
I'll give it a shot for sure.
Speaking of Lois Lane, Nick, there's a Lois Lane in Avalon. Yeah. I don't know if it's an actual street named Lois Lane or if the people who own the house, because it's like one of those beachfront houses, if the people who own the house is named Lois.
Huh.
That's all I have to say about that.
But is it an actual street?
Well, it's a street sign that I pass when I ride my bike through there.
Oh, it's a street sign.
Yeah.
And you're not sure if
It's probably just the driveway.
It's
name.
the 50th Street Beach Path is called Lois Lane.
Oh. So it's like legit called Lois Lane.
You know, speaking of Lois Lane, Rachel Brosnahan was on Celebrity Jeopardy last night, and she's going to play Lois Lane in the new James Gunn movie.
Is she?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she looked lovely.
I like her. What else have we seen her in?
Mrs. Maisel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's great.
And I really want to get, speaking of Superman, Steve, I really want to get David Cornsweet.
Oh, let's keep doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because he's local.
Yeah, he got his acting start at the People's Light and Theater out in Malvern. And
we have to imagine he was weaned on this show.
probably, I can't imagine why he wouldn't be. And that's his name, right?
Cornsweet.
Yeah, David Cornsweet. Yeah, so I know somebody who knows his wife. And so
please.
I'm this is the weirdest part of my job is like, hi, I'd like to be friends with you, but more importantly, can you tell me a little bit about David Cornsweet and how I can get him on my show?
Do you know what he played? Basically, he essentially was the Carrie Elways of the movie Twisters, where Carrie Elways was the Carrie Elways of Twister.
All right.
David Cornsweet was the Carrie Elways of Twisters.
Of Twisters. Okay.
Is there a Twisters connection back to Superman other than David Cornsweet?
Well, yeah, I mean, who do you call it?
Helen Hunt?
No, the dude, Clark Kent's dad gets sucked up in a twister.
Well, he's talking about the actual movie.
Or if Superman spins around real fast, he can create a twister.
And there's, of course, we're trying to get Chubby Checker into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Of course, he had a huge hit
Yeah.
with the twist.
There's a documentary.
Let's twist again, like we did last
Let's
summer.
twist so hard we create. Let's twist so hard that we create a tornado.
No, there's a documentary it's brand new on Netflix. It looks like it's a documentary about these people who get sucked up into a twister. Have you seen the
I've not seen that.
coming attractions of that? Yeah, they basically get sucked into this twister. Now they're looking straight up.
Come on, Twister.
And they're in the eye of the tornado, and they look. They can see blue skies, and then next thing you know, they get sucked. But they live to tell the tale.
I want to go back to Chubby Checker for a second.
All right.
Okay. So he's up for fan voting for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And of course, he's local to here. And I know his son. And we need to get Chubby into the Hall of Fame.
Great
So
sourdough bakery.
vote if you can. But did you ever stop for a moment to consider that Chubby Checker had two big hit records about the exact same thing?
Yep.
He had the twist, and then he had Let's Twist Again.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
Part two.
I kind of like part two a little bit better than
I agree.
the first one.
I'm a doer.
Yeah, I mean, I like them both, but I love that. Let's twist again like we did last summer. Oh, let's twist again.
Yeah, it's a little
like
bit more,
we did last year.
a little more wistful.
Yeah.
Are there any other songs? I think maybe we've talked about this before that have sequels.
That have sequels.
Yeah.
I don't know that if we have.
There's
Unforgiven, right? I'm sorry, Casey. Unforgiven and Unforgiven 2.
Yeah.
What about Major Tom?
Wait, who did Unforgiven? Metallica?
Metallica,
Okay,
yeah. And then,
I didn't know there was Unforgiven too.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, what if it's on the same album? So, like Incubus, for instance, they have a song called Earth to Bella 1, and then later on in the album, they have Earth to Bella 2.
Yeah, all right.
DeBella?
Yeah, John DeBella.
Yeah.
John DeBella?
Earth to Bella.
Oh, I literally thought you were saying Earth
John DeBella 1.
I mean, we've gone from DeBella where to Earth DeBella.
Yeah.
DeBella now? Dude's taking over the world.
And then there's DeBella Dial Rock. So, Major Tom.
Oh.
And then there was that song the other artist did that has Major Tom in it.
Yeah, that's
Is that simply a mention or a sequel?
I don't think it's a sequel. But it was about a guy who goes to space. God damn it.
Earth belongs.
Yeah, lifting, falling, floating way. Coming home, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Coming home. Yeah.
'Cause Major Tom, I'm coming home.
That's Ozzy.
No, that's yeah, that's Ozzy.
Was there a follow-up to the Billy Joel song, Marilyn Invasion?
No, there was not.
They should.
I started
here
the
you go.
fire.
Here's one, Steve. Oh man, what was it? Same time? No, damn it. I thought there was a follow-up, Steve, to the song where the guy meets the girl in the grocery store. Same Old Lang Syne?
Yes, Same Old Lang Syne.
I thought there was a follow-up
Love
to
that
that.
song.
There was leader of the band. He did that one too,
For
right?
his dad. Yeah, you were talking about...
I've forgotten his name.
God damn it. And I listen to that all the time.
I thought there was a follow-up to Same Old Lang Syne.
The leader of the band is tired and his eyes are grown.
By the way, text us if you know songs that have... it was Peter Schilling that did the song... well, maybe it was called Major.
Somebody wanted to know if Major Tom was actually Tom Papa.
Major Tom Papa. Sourdough Emporium. Nick, is that song a sequel of sorts?
To Major Tom?
Yes.
Yes. And then to answer or something else that we were
Space
talking
Oddity.
about. There are apparently 3 songs in the Unforgiven trilogy by Metallica. There's Unforgiven 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Pink Floyd has a few sequels. And Pigs.
Yes.
Oh, here's a good one. Hey, hey, my, and then my, hey, hey by Neil Young.
There you go.
Good point.
That's a sequel.
Trilogies. Rush does that. We're having Alex Lifeson on later today, this morning, but they had a trilogy called the Fear Trilogy. It was the Weapon. They were on all different albums, but they made them part of a complete trilogy. Damn it, I forgot what those 3 songs were.
Google says Surf and Safari.
There's a sequel to Surf and Safari?
I don't know. Is there? That's what Google says.
Well,
Surf and Sabbatical?
I can't find the sequel, though.
The Police have Synchronicity 1 and 2. Somebody texted in. I don't know how those songs are actually connected, but
They're essentially the same song, are they not?
no, they're completely different.
I'm misremembering then.
Yeah. Synchronicity 2 goes is another suburban family morning. Yeah, grandmother screaming at the wall. But the other one is Synchronicity, but they don't really tie together. All right, anyway.
Sourdough.
Sourdough.
All right.
Wait, Surf and Safari and Surf and USA, is that 2 different songs?
Yes.
Okay,
Surf
so then
and
that's
USA.
it. That's it.
Oh.
So Surf and Safari is the sequel to Surfing USA.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, because the safari is in Africa, right?
And then you're back in the USA.
Yeah.
You've enjoyed your safari. You paid for it, and you got to see gorillas. But now you're back to surfing.
Are there 2 Bad Out of Hells by Meatloaf?
Yeah, there's Back Into Hell.
Okay.
So there's Bad Out of Hell and then Back Into Hell. Those are two different albums.
And then What the Hell?
Yeah, what the hell?
Apparently, and we've talked about this before, but Coheed and Cambria, like they just have ongoing songs. So I don't even know if it's sequels, but their songs just wind out throughout the records.
Okay.
Yeah, they have a Jesse's Girl too, apparently.
By and the
Coheed
original
and
by Rick
Cambria.
Springfield?
Yeah.
And then a follow-up by Coheed and Cambria.
By the way, Rick Springfield is going to be on our show next week.
That's right.
Now we can ask him about Coheed.
Yeah, we can. All right. I don't know how to bring it back full circle.
Well, somebody also pointed out this is the real stream of consciousness nerd.
Yes.
We are all over the place.
It's a sequel to the Stream of Consciousness nerd.
All right.
The real Stream of Consciousness nerd.
We do need to take a break.
Tom Papa's in Texas. He's doing shows there.
Oh, yes. Okay. Marissa is just bringing something in to me.
It's just in.
Here we go. This is how our the progression of that break. Preston's mystery package into paint chips, into Tom Papa, into Sea Glass, sourdough starter, protein bagels, Rise and Grind sourdough in California. Then we have Lois Lane, Superman, Lois Lane, Avalon. Rachel Brosnahan will be Lois Lane. David Cornsweat into the Twist, and songs with follow-ups.
There you go.
That was the breakdown.
It's sort of obvious.
The notes in the real Stream of Consciousness nerd.
It makes perfect sense.
All right, we have to take a break because our guests are going to begin when we return. All right, so when we come back, we will have Jim Florentine. Right after Jim Florentine, we will have Alex Lifeson. Right after Alex Lifeson, we will talk to Adam Ray. So we got several people in this next segment, and you better stick around. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Kemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you don't want police responding to any domestic situation, but when it's one involving a big mouth Billy Bass,
That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You would have been, yeah. I think you would have had a story to tell after
it's a
that
story. So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath,
Right.
full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So,
Yeah, well, he
so
is
you're
a
saying
farmer.
the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but
All
but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yep.
She got just a wonderful beef.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pic.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Julie Handjob. Forgive me, Julie Handy. Forgive me, Julie Blumpkin. Forgive me, Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh, my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or her friends.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I know.
woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God.
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater
tot kitty.
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man.
It's so where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. As you pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis
Yes.
is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking, you're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
So.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ.
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
Now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
It's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, what I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe. No, it works. This is what I believe in God.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kath. Our next guest is on the line. He's going to be performing in Clifton Heights at the Columbus Club on Saturday at 8 p.m. We always need to play some Maiden leading into it, of course, so we try to do that every single time. Welcome our good friend, Mr. Jim Florentine, to the show. Hey, Jim.
How you guys doing?
Good, bud. How you, man?
I'm good.
I like the black and black background. You kind of look like Max Headroom a little bit.
Yeah, it's, I got this whole thing. I have a green screen, but then it doesn't work during Zoom. I don't know how this stuff works.
You just hope for the best. That's all. That's all that matters.
Do you have people you call for tech support? You have friends that when you don't know how to run stuff that you can reach out to?
You always have to have that one nerd friend to make your life a lot easier.
Oh, we have a former intern that ended up working for Apple who is like,
the guy.
He's the guy.
He's the guy.
It's Jeremy. I reach out to him every single time. Thank God.
That's what I want my kid. My kid is 14. I need him to know all this tech stuff. I'm trying to tell him I'll hire you because you have to learn this stuff because it's making my life chaotic.
Well, as you obviously you have your podcast and everything. You branch out a little bit. I mean, but I mean, do you really get frustrated and stifled, or if you spend some time, do you think you could figure it out? Which of those scenarios is the reality?
I don't want to spend any time on stuff that I'm not interested in.
Okay.
I've been like that since school, too. If I'm not interested in the one class, I'm out.
Dude, that's the same. I'm ADD like crazy, and if I can't buy, that's why I'm terrible at board games and stuff like that. I have no interest. So, but music has been your outlet, your release.
It has, but listen, I don't blame it on ADD. If the most beautiful woman in the world goes, listen, if you learn this, you can go home with me tonight. You think I'm not going to learn it? So it has nothing to do with ADD.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's motivation.
It's all motivation.
That's it.
It's properly motivated, and you can do anything. So our midday host, Pierre, is late for everything, always, every single time, no matter what. And I tried to tell him one time, it's a matter of motivation. If Jerry Garcia were still alive and he was going to be here today for an interview,
goddamn right,
you'd show up early for that. You could make that. It's all on how you're motivated. Most definitely. So you got to find that motivation.
But look, as a comedian, it's like I just want to focus on writing jokes and coming up with material. Like to me, I think all that other stuff is just taking away from that time.
Are you a disciplined writer? Is it whatever catches your fancy at the time and you pull out a pad and paper, or do you sit down in a room every day at a certain time?
That once again, I have no good study skills or skills. You need to learn this when you're in school. It all goes back to that. No, I don't sit down with a pen and paper. When something comes to me, I'll write it down. But I don't have the discipline to sit there, and I'm just not going to come up with stuff. I have to, it has to come into my life and go, I think I could work this out.
You know what's friggin' awesome? Robert Kelly was in here, and he and I'm a big tech guy. He knows I'm a big tech guy, and he brought the Plaud. This thing that it's magnetic, goes to the back of your phone, and it records. It'll record you in a room speaking or just driving. It'll record conversations. Then you hit the button on the software in the phone. You hit generate. I'll tell you this, Jim. It's astonishing, isn't it?
It gives you a summary of everything that was said, and then not only that, it offers tips at the end on how to achieve the things you were talking about.
So it's crazy. He uses it for, like, he's just riffing comedy as he's driving or whatever, and then it puts it into concise notes and subheadings. Like, it blew my mind how accurate this thing was. In fact, we had a big meeting. It was identifying our voices and saying who was giving what ideas. And it's just it's not that expensive. It just sticks on the back of your phone.
I know Bobby Kelly for a long time, and every new little tech thing that comes out, he buys. And then 3 weeks later, I see him. I go, hey, how's that thing work? I goes, it's not that good. I got another thing.
That's me.
I'm not buying any of that.
That's me.
Buying it.
That's me.
Bobby Kelly has cost me probably $3,000 for years. It's stuff that I didn't need 3 weeks later.
No, this one's good, though. I have to say, this one's at least right now is standing the test of limited time.
Hey,
I'll say that.
Jim, we were off air talking about your voice. You've got what I would describe as like a chainsaw sounding voice. It's a really, it's gruff and it projects and everything. How old were you when your balls dropped and all of a sudden you realize, oh my God, I've got this resonant tool here? Were you a teenager still?
14.
No kidding.
You sound like you sound now when you were 14?
Yeah, but I think going in the 9th grade. So when I was in class, the teacher would go, okay, Mr. Florentine, what's the answer? I go, 34, and the whole class would start laughing.
Oh no!
And then I'd be walking down the hallways like, "Hey, kids, say something." I'm like, "What?" And they all start laughing. But it was good because by 10th grade, I was able to call all my friends out when we would skip school and say I was their father.
Man, you were a godsend. Yeah.
Yes.
I love
so
that.
I'd be like, this is Mr. Bondy. Tony won't be in school today. He's not feeling well. Okay, no problem.
Oh, my God. My friend Tom tried to do that. We skipped school one day, and he called the school ahead of time to do that very thing. And he to put on this voice like this and like immediately hangs up the phone. He was trying to be my dad.
Yeah.
Within 60 seconds, we got a call back at the house. I was just busted. You can't do that. And with that, Jim, have you do you do voiceovers? Is that part of your repertoire?
I always say until what's his name? Oh, the black guy that does all the voiceovers.
James Earl Jones, who passed?
No, and the other guy.
Ving Rhames? We have the meats. No, not him either.
Why am I forgetting his name? The old guy.
Morgan Freeman.
Until Morgan Freeman dies, I can't get a gig.
He takes everything.
He's getting up there though.
Wow.
Yeah, but you've never done any video game work or stuff like that?
A couple little things, and obviously I did the voice on Crank Anchors, but no, I haven't. Yeah. It's a whole little. It's a tough gig to get because it's like a union thing. There's only about 20 guys that do all the voices.
That's true.
That is really tough.
Yeah. No, there's sort of an elite group.
They
Jim,
don't want to let you in with that. So if you got this unique voice, like he's taking money away from us. So I haven't cracked that club yet.
Hey, Jim, we hate to keep the interview short today. Did Marissa tell you that we've got another guest come up here in a moment?
Yeah, and what she told me, I said, why even having me on?
I was telling the gang, I'm like, Jim will understand. He'll get it.
If this guy, he'll get it.
Yeah, so we're going to keep this kind of short because Alex is going to be signing on here in just a minute via Zoom. But Jim is in our area Saturday night. The gig is at the Columbus House, and that's in Clifton Heights. You can take us through Jim's website, jimflorentine.com
Columbus
as well.
Club.
What did I say?
The Columbus Club, yeah.
Oh, the Columbus House?
Yeah.
No, Columbus Club. Got it wrong. Sorry.
And then Friday night, Emmaus Theater, Emmaus, PA.
All right.
Right outside of Allentown.
Yeah.
So you're in the area.
We'll put the word out. All right, and then we'll talk longer next time. You know that. All right, brother?
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys
always. Good to talk to you. Jim Florentine, guys. And they're going to sign him off of Zoom, and then, we're going to get Alex Lifeson on in a second. So excited. We talked to him before. He's great.
He's terrific.
But I get nervous when I talk to my heroes, man.
Thank God he's a super funny guy too.
Yeah,
I love watching his speech.
Yeah.
The Rock and Roll
Hall of Fame.
Blah,
and
blah,
I mean,
blah.
he can go up there and play the pompous guy because he's got the rep, he's got the cred, but he's not that way.
Yep.
I just wanted to add for the Florentine show at the Columbus Club on Saturday night. Doors are at 7, shows at 8. But check this out. Tickets include a light buffet at the Columbus Club.
A light buffet.
Buffet.
I'll have some more chicken franchise, please.
Don't mind if I do. So, Marissa, are we waiting for them to...
There
he's
he
on.
is.
He's ready to go. Excellent. All right, so our next guest is all set to join us. Obviously, the major part of his career was with my favorite band, Rush. But he has got a band that we spoke to him when they first debuted not that long ago, Envy of None. They have a new single out. They've got an album out, and we are going to talk to the one and only Mr. Alex Lifeson.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. Nice to be back.
Hey, great to have you on, Alex. Thanks for joining us today. I love the new single. It's called The Story. And I was checking it out last night and this morning again. And it's such a cool, smooth sound. I am in love with your lead singer, Maya Wayne. What a talent. She's got it all going on. She's beautiful. She's cool. She's talented. She's got this really ethereal voice. And it It's got to be great having somebody like that in your band.
It's for me. I mean, it is such a blessing for me. When we started working on the first record and met Maya for the first time, we were kind of, feeling each other out to see how we were going to work together. And after the first record, we started working on the second record, I think maybe an hour and a half after we released the first record. So we just dove into it, and we were, really looking forward to continuing the experience. But Maya has blossomed on this album. She's gone through a lot of personal things and growth. As a vocalist, she is so professional. She provides she submits her tracks like unlike anyone else. Normally with a singer, you get 4 or 5 tracks of vocals, some harmonies and a lead vocal. With her, you get 25 tracks of all this incredible information.
I'm going to play just a little bit of the hook from the story here, just so people can get a feel for who haven't heard the band or what it's like. So. I love the lush production of this sound. It is a really full sound. You guys are a 4-piece band, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You've got a really big production in there. Were you a part of that process as far as how the song or how the music was presented in its production form?
You mean in mixing?
Yeah, and the whole producing.
Yeah, we're all involved in that. I think. Maybe I'm a little more involved, with my experience. On the first record, Alf and I shared mixing responsibilities on the first record. Mm-hmm. On this one, I let, Alf do everything because I think he's an amazing engineer, an amazing mixer, and he's a producer, and his sensibilities are very, very strong. So I had total confidence. He's done an amazing job on this album.
As far as you guys writing together, you went through this whole career with Rush, and you guys had your method, you had your ways, you went about it. Maybe it changed a little bit when you had different producers come in to tweak, but for the most part, I think you guys had a formula that you worked on. Did you have to change that when working with a new group of people? I'm sure you did. And what was that change? Was it uncomfortable at first, or was it welcoming in that you wanted to try something completely different?
I think in Rush, we evolved through many different ways of working. Towards the end, it was similar to the way I'm working with Envy of None. I think what really influenced us more than anything in Envy of None is the pandemic. We were forced to work separately. So we would work from our own studios. 3 of us are in the Toronto area, and Maya was in Portland, Oregon at the time. So we would share files, and, you'd get a file, you'd drop it into your arrangement, and you'd update it, you'd add your tracks, send it to the next person, and you just continue the circle until you finally decided that was enough. And the advantage of it is that you don't have people in the studio to distract you. You can concentrate on what you're doing. If you don't like something that you've done, you just erase it and do it again until you get it right, instead of having people throwing ideas at you and kind of just getting in the way and distracting you.
Okay.
I love the sound. I love the sound, and this sound reminds me of some of the great, the female artists, Preston, that we were doing early on in our radio career, not doing in the in the biblical sense, but playing artists that were really like PJ Harvey and these very innovative sort of progressive. They call it alt rock or progressive at the time, but it has that very cool, comfortable, innovative sound. Were you a fan of that genre?
Well, I was not a fan, but I didn't really spend a lot of time with those artists that you're mentioning. Maya has her her influences over the years, and she would be the best person to speak to about that. But I hear Shirley Manson being from Garbage, one to Carmen, and I think there's a parallel there. But Maya's very unique. Maya's lyrics are very, very personal and very strong. So in my mind, it's very, very fresh. And just working so closely with her, she has such a high level of professionalism and bordering on the genius at times. It's remarkable.
We've been encountering a number of artists lately that are inspired by Clearly, but not ripping off or copying or not, where you can see the roots, but they've taken it and they make it something their own. And when you see an artist like her that you're dealing with, all your years in the industry, that has to be for lack of a better term, a second wind that you might not have seen coming this far into your career. But it's got to be an amazing thing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Listen, you listen to the first Rush record. Led Zeppelin is obviously a major influence. Mm-hmm. But if you listen to Clockwork Angels at the end of our recording career, it's not the same band. Right. There's growth. You start from somewhere for sure, and you're influenced by the music that's most powerful for you. I think with this second record, we've really come to be the band that we want to be and create the kind of music that we want to make. I had a wonderful career in Rush, and I loved the whole thing, and I'm so proud of it. But to have a second opportunity to be to create valid music is really a blessing. Mm-hmm. Certainly at my age and after my career, I'm playing guitar more maybe than I've ever played now. Wow. I play every night for an hour before I go to bed, and I must play probably 3 or 4 hours during the day on various projects and just sitting around playing.
That's great.
This is rejuvenating for me, this whole project. I'm lucky,
Alex,
to be able to do that.
Speaking of projects, I'm reading Getty's book, My Effing Life, for the third time right now. It's funny because I started it just a few days ago and didn't know this interview was going to happen. So it's 2-0 against you and him as far as books go. You got to write a book, man. I want to hear your side of things because you've had such a cool life, man.
Well, Ged's book, My Effing Life, is an amazing book. It's an amazing story. And having been there for a lot of it, it was a great read for me. Getty's warned me about writing a book. He said it's not as easy as you think, and he spent years on his books. Yeah. And the editing is brutal. But my wife has been pushing me to maybe start doing a collection of some of the road stories and put out a little short book that's funny and fun to read. So I'll give that some thought when I have a little more time.
Awesome. We were talking before you came on, and I just watched again your speech when you guys were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which is legendary. You're very funny, gentlemen. I assume there'd be humor in whatever book or pamphlet that you write. But it's funny because I was watching old SCTV and they did a bit and they were talking about how it is the desire, it used to be the consideration that it was the desire of rock musicians or musicians to be comedians and for comedians to be rock musicians. Have you found that has any merit to it, that notion?
Yeah, actually, I've met a lot of sports guys. Yeah, the top tennis players in the '80s, McEnroe and Gerolaitis, and even in golf. Everybody wants to be a musician, and we in turn want to be the athletes or the comedians. So, yeah, there is truth to that.
Yeah. Nice. Well, listen, we know you got a busy day, and we just want to remind people that Envy of None's new album is called Stygian Waves, which, by the way, I had to look up Stygian. It has to do with the river Styx, I found out.
That's correct.
But the story is a great song. The video is out. You can now watch it. I found it on YouTube, which, by the way, is it fun for you to not have to be in music videos anymore?
Absolutely. Who wants to see a 71-year-old guy?
I was looking for you, but anyway, check the new album from Envy of None. It's a great band. And Alex, it's such a treat to have you on. We're huge fans. Thank you for joining us today. Good luck with everything.
Thank you so much, and love you, Philly.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Alex Lifeson, gang. He's so cool. He's so cool. I love it. Well, yeah, hopefully he's going to get a book. I would love to read his book.
And if you weren't watching on YouTube, you couldn't see he had a wall of prime guitars behind him.
I wanted to ask him about that. We only had 10 minutes, but he clearly was in his guitar room.
Yeah.
And I looked behind him and I saw this white semi-hollow bodied Gibson that he played for years. And I just while he was on, I pulled up because I wanted to see if it was the one. But apparently that sold at auction a while back. That was his signature series ES 355 that he has. But yeah, it was all Les Pauls. I saw one Fender in there, but he's a big Les Paul fan, a big Gibson fan.
So the question always has to be, which is your favorite?
What's your favorite?
Which they can never answer. You could answer though of all throughout your life. What has been your favorite drum kit to have?
Wow, man!
Or
probably,
could you?
It was my my Tama Superstar, which is the same. That Neil played.
Okay.
When he played Tama drums, it was a Superstar, which was a higher end model that they had, and and it was the color was called Super Mahogany, and it was the same color that Neil had that he used for the Moving Pictures album. So I was really proud of that one. I
get that.
That was my favorite.
Listen, you don't want to be as obvious as to completely emulate someone you adore. But you do. You can't help it.
My drum kit before that was a lesser known or a cheaper brand called CB700, and so therefore I was able to buy more drums for less money, and I had not the full, but it's as close to Neil's setup as I could with the concert toms and the two kick drums and everything, and I would take pictures of myself holding my sticks like I saw him in the pictures.
At the height of his largest, most robust kit, how many separate drums were in that kit?
No idea. No idea. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That was on the main kit, and I think there were like 12 on his main kit, and then he had the kit behind him, and that would be just drums. And so I don't know about all the cymbals and all the other things that he had. He had
Have you ever seen it's like an entire drum kit that it's all in like one piece and it's just like easily travelable.
So you sent me that, or I saw it. Yeah, there's a
what is it, like one connected piece?
Yeah, so it's essentially a box that is it's got a handle on it too with wheels, and you can move it around to a gig really, really easy. In fact, I saved a video that I found on Instagram about it. I forgot what they're called. They're like these little compact kits that you can buy.
Is it essentially like a pop-up book?
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, the little pieces come up out of it, and it's small and quiet. It's kind of like the one that we're looking at a picture on our monitor here, but a little bit different than that. But yeah, those are pretty cool. I right now have a what I call a cocktail kit, which means it's smaller in size, and it's by this great drum company called Sonar. And that one I'm really happy. Like I'll go down and just look at it sometimes.
Look at that.
And just spend some time.
I will go up to my studio with my equipment and all my stuff for my recordings. I go, look at that. Look at that new
It's
monitor.
great, right?
That's a 57-inch monitor.
Is there anything at your houses that you guys just will go and admire?
Kathy's wall.
My wall. My entry
Her
wall.
What's your wall?
Remember, we were talking about favorite piece of furniture, and I was like, I don't have furniture, but I have a wall.
She really focused in on this wall.
And you'll admire it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll pull up a picture for you. You'll understand. It has like some woodwork on it, so I admired my
I will
wall.
walk into the Batman room that is my bedroom, and I'll go,
Like, do you just look around?
and I say, boy, I am an imbecile.
No,
I'm a child. I'm a man child.
I am a complete
No, but do you-
man child. I do. I
do
love
you
it.
look around it and you?
I
and
do.
you-
I
yeah.
love it. It's something that as a kid, it's been part of what my love throughout my life. And despite the natural and probably well-deserved castigation I've received over my life, it is, I love it.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm looking at Kathy's wall. And yeah, you've taken some pieces of wood and made accents on the walls with them and painted them. Yeah, it looks like a display. It looks like something I'd see on Etsy.
Yeah.
Do your wrists go into those straps, or is no?
But Steve and I talk about this a lot. After you get done mowing the lawn, I will.
Oh yeah.
Not only will I go stand out in the street and just look at everything, but then I'll find myself because I've like a big window above above my front door. If I'm standing in the hallway, I'll just. Look at those lines.
Look at that.
Look at those lines.
So for me, it's my bedroom window. Yeah, same thing.
Yes, and cleaning. We've talked about this before. Cleaning out the garage. Cleaning out the basement.
Yeah.
And then when you get done, you just have to admire it, right?
Look at that.
Kathy, on Monday or Tuesday, I did, what was our tire day? It was Monday, right? So Tuesday, I did the linen closet upstairs. I washed all of the towels, all of the sheets, and completely reorganized it. And Steve, when I stood outside that closet, I was like, look what I just did.
Hey,
that is badass.
Speaking of linen closets and towels, are you a 3-folder on your towels?
Oh my
That's
God.
a great question.
I think women are trifold and men are not.
Oh, no, I'm trifold now because I have to be.
I am when it comes to but organizing those towels, sometimes with the way that they are fitting across the shelf, you have to go double and sometimes you have to go triple. So I like going triple, but sometimes in order for them to fit properly, I have to go double.
You ready for a bomb?
Yeah.
Claire, my wife, will clean them, and now this thing is the rolling them.
Oh, yeah.
So we have rolled up.
You're like at a
towels.
hotel.
Yeah, yeah.
You live in a hotel. That's nice. I wish I lived there. So I read something. I think it was just like a meme on social media, and it said, "Why do women take the extra step to fold the towel a third fold?" And I thought about it, and I was like, that's true. Like it's not taking that much more time, but it is an extra step. So I've changed, and I actually just do the double. I don't do the trifold.
Menstrual cramps.
Oh, what the frick does that have to do with it?
You're so angry.
Kathy, what outranks for you in your brain? Efficiency or cleanliness?
Efficiency or cleanliness?
I kind of think it's it's like in the same though. It's like wrapped into both. Nick, I can't answer that.
Okay, sorry.
Because sometimes when you're overly clean, you're not overly efficient. But sometimes being clean makes you more efficient on the back end.
Yeah.
So if we define efficient can be space saving, can be time saving,
right?
Like that, right?
That's where my brain. Yeah,
saving resources. Clean is just straightened.
Right.
So I think they cross over. It's like a Venn diagram. There's
right. But I think you can be efficient and have things in order, but those things might not be clean. So I guess that's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
So Kathy, if my linen closet is organized and everything's stored properly,
right,
but the things in that closet aren't clean,
right?
What would bother you? Well, should I have everything in there disorganized but clean, or organized but not clean?
Nick, I can't answer that question.
It would have to be
It's both.
She's pleading the fifth.
Neither. All of the above.
Poison!
Poison! It's the top pop of poison!
Shannon Miller!
Get this out of here!
If you're just tuning in, I threw a bag of sourdough at Kathy or something because she threw it at me earlier.
I still want to talk to this guy about it.
Okay, throw it back.
I don't.
And try not to hit me in the face.
Okay.
Did I hit you in the face, by the way?
Yeah.
It was like kind of on the. It was like a shoulder.
Press, I got a text from your buddy Steve. He said, "Rolled towels over here." He said, "I used to be a 3-folder. Now I'm a changed man."
Wow, he's
rolls
the
towels.
towels.
He rolls right there, yeah.
He and I, we could get
Roll
along.
towels.
You do the roll towel?
Roll towels in my house. Okay. Yeah.
Like Alabama.
Yeah, roll towels.
Roll towels.
Roll towels, roll.
What the hell is going on
That
over
would be
here?
a good name for like a linen
Roll towels.
roll towels roll.
Especially if they're based in Alabama somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, like that's a business that sells itself.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. All right.
All these great ideas go right out the window.
All right. Our next guest is getting set. We got another minute or so. All right. I'm going to bring this up real quick while we have a second. And Nick, I saw this in a text. Garrett Stubbs has been knocked down to AAA ball.
I saw
What
that.
the hell?
I know.
There were only 2 or 3 spots for competition on the Phils this year, and one of them was backup catcher, and so there was a chance, and now it's confirmed that Garrett was not going to make the bigs. He'll be up at some point.
Is anyone ever going to want to talk to us again at spring training?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Reese Hoskins,
I know.
injured
Jesus
right after we
Christ.
talked to him last season, and now Garrett gets knocked down to AAA. That sucks. I hope that Garrett gets in an announcer booth at some point and starts to work on being a play-by. He'd actually be a better color guy, probably.
He's dripping with personality.
But
The guy's fun, funny.
I hope he does look into that. All right. Well, anyhow, I wanted to pass that along. It sucks, man. We love that guy. All right. Well, our next guest is
In the middle of a bank robbery.
ready to go. He is. It looks very dark where he is. We're going to find out what that's all about. He's going to be at Punchline tonight, by the way. So wherever he is, he's far away because it's dark and he looks like he's outside. Please welcome Adam Ray to the show. Hey, Adam.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you guys again. I am in a bank robbery. A lot of bank robbers don't like to go live, whether it's on Instagram or
I don't get that.
Or the radio.
Zoom,
Yeah.
or the radio. But I feel like I'm far enough away that the people that matter to crack down on this are not going to give a damn. So my Uber driver's name is what, sir? Simon. Wow, he just said it without even thinking twice. So that lets you know that this is 100% real. We are on our way to Wells Fargo in Inglewood, and we will not stop until we walk out with at least, what do you think, $1,000?
Higher?
All right, Simon and I need to work this out, our issues out before we're going to get on the same page with this improv. God damn it, Simon.
Well, there's a new service, courier service, car service called Improver, so you can probably check into that.
Improver.
They'll engage it. This is one of the more unique visions that we have here with this connection. So you do look properly film noirish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to. I knew if I couldn't be in studio and I couldn't, give you the full Jew face live in the flesh, that I might as well get a little artsy. And I've been dressing up so much lately in other character makeup that I feel like if I just don't even know who I am anymore. So this is.
Well, Adam, it's nice of you to get up early and come on with us this morning. You and I were chatting a little bit yesterday. I believe all of your shows this weekend are sold out except for one. It's the Late Show tonight. So you're flying into Philly this afternoon, and then there are a few tickets available for the Late Show, but the rest of them are sold out. So thanks for coming on with us this morning to chat about it.
Oh, boy, thank you. I would have come on regardless, but, I mean, any little push from you guys is great. Yeah, we sold out 5, and then we added a Late Show, and I was told by many people that would sell out very quickly too, but we are still available. So,
well, you're working your ass off. You're really putting in the time. We had Bert Kreischer on yesterday, and we were talking to him. By the way, he brought up your reaction to a particular spice on his show. He said your body convulsed in a way he never knew a human could convulse.
He was legit concerned. I mean, when I watched that clip back, I was like, I wish I would have controlled my reaction a little bit more, because he was. I hated watching him. My dad left when I was 9. Thanks for bringing it up. So I don't know what it's like to have a dad look at you like that when you're in so much pain. So I really felt bad for him. But it makes me want to go on Hot Ones. I don't know if that's the clip that makes them pull me into the rotation.
Well, question though, but so hot sauce and really even super fiery hot sauce is different than wasabi and horseradish. There's something that goes on. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. That whatever that vapor is.
Yeah, the horseradish was on one of the bites, and then the other one was straight up hot sauce.
Oh,
and my wife attests that I am a wuss with even like salsa, and this is grounds for divorce, but we'll get past it. But she is just like, you can't handle anything. And every time, and then I was like, I'll be fine. And then that happened. So now I don't really have a leg to stand on.
No, I'm likewise on that. I mean, I can take a little bit, but if I start to panic if I feel that heat coming on, and to me, it just wipes out the taste. So I'm right in the same boat. Go ahead.
Wait, one question. Does it make you, when you see a clip of that, like as a guy, I don't know if you guys have seen it on my Instagram, but I had a few friends reach out and go, bro, you got to take that down. And they go, no, that's like a mascotting. And I go, hey, man, not really going to listen to you. You're the same guy that when the story came out about Gene Hackman, his wife, and the dog, you were the only friend of mine that said, you think the dog did it? So I don't think I'm going to really listen to you on anything moving forward.
Pick the context. We all collectively think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious, this whole Dr. Phil thing, which is kind of a, out of left field call that has become so huge for you. And I know you've talked about this a number of times, but the genesis of you playing Dr. Phil on stage, and to have it culminate with Phil himself coming out, it's just, we were talking with Kreischer about this yesterday, about things you could never imagine happening. That had to be a complete mind blower.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look, at least for me, the business has been all about throwing darts and just I quickly realized that there's really no carve out path for anybody. Like there's no, you guys know this, there's no you do this and you do this and then this happens. And I mean, LA, I've been here for now 20 years post college. I graduated from acting school at USC in 2005. And I mean, every street I am flooded with the memory of oh, that's where I worked on Punk'd for 6 weeks, and then it got shut down. And then, or here's where I almost got this job, or here's where I just went to this. Here's where I stood in line for 5 hours at the wrong commercial place for a Dr. Pepper commercial for one line, and then drove home being like, maybe I should move back to Seattle. Like, just every spot has something that makes you. Here's where I went in hungover to a callback for an Olive Garden commercial wearing a Reading Rainbow t-shirt and a sport jacket. And when the casting director said, all right, improvise a little bit up top, before we get into the scene. And I, very hungover, on the verge of throwing up, said, anyone seen Jurassic Park 2? And the guy goes, cut. He goes, what are you doing? And I go, you said to like small talk. He goes, who talks about Jurassic Park 2? I go, it's the Olive Garden, baby. Anything goes, right? I thought we were family. And he asked me to leave the audition. Anyway, but now I am in this place where it's like you have to create your own opportunities. The actor strike hit. I was it shined a bigger light on the fact of like, wow, I'm just waiting around to be in other people's stuff. Stand-up podcast, voiceover, like that's all fun, consistent stuff, but like not really. I was just getting monotonous, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I was like, man, when was I the most happy? And it was, 2006 when I graduated and I started making YouTube videos with a few buddies. We would write these sketches and then we'd shoot them all day, and then we'd stay up late and edit and put them out the next day. And it was like truly the most fun. And I was like, I need to get back to that. So I'd always want to do a live character show after I saw George Bush, the Will Ferrell Bush show, and then Mulaney and Kroll's Oh Hello. I was like, I want to do a character show. And I've been messing around with these Dr. Phil, lost episodes on YouTube.
Yeah.
And that kind of allowed me to hone whatever version of him I was, because I've only seen maybe 8 minutes of an actual Dr. Phil episode. But I didn't want to see too much to try to perfect it or anything. I was just like, let me just get close enough and then have my own vibe to it. And he's known for being likable and abrasive. And that was kind of what I was running with. And then Bill Burr was going to do, I was doing these Adam Ray and Friends shows at the Comedy Store, and everyone started doing it and Friends shows. So then I also felt like I was not doing anything different. So I hit up Burr since I knew I had him on the show. And I go, thinking about dressing up like Phil, doing this late night show. I don't really know what it looks like. I do a monologue, some crowd work than you. He couldn't have been quicker to be like, dude, yes, make fun of my anger issues. I love it. I'm in. And that really gave me a little juice to take it serious. And then we sold it out real quick and it went great. And then it was the challenge of like, all right, I should try to do this again. And then I asked a few other people to come on, and then Nikki Glazer and Whitney and Santino and Bobby Lee. And then realizing, a lot of people want to come play around with me on this. And this is a fun new format.
It's
and
huge.
Now we're doing 3 to 5. Now we just did 3,600 seats in Chicago. Jeez. Sold out last Sunday. We had Santino, Mark Norman, and Chevy Chase. And then we have a big show in Boston next weekend. That's gonna. And my agent goes, you got to get the show to a point to where it sells out, so that you can on the show, and so where you're not announcing the guests. So we got there, but what's also great is that the guests are a total surprise. So people are now, that's another engaging thing with people online. It's just like, who's going to be there? And I'm really going out of my way to bring people out and not just rely on the local weatherman.
You're doing a show. You're doing an old-style variety show, a la like Tonight Show, when someone would walk out from behind the curtain you weren't planning on, and there's no energy like that in the world.
And I got to say, Adam, it works. Everything that you've built, and even honing those skills in 2006, the way that they're presented on Instagram, it's really well done. It's really well cultivated. And I follow a lot of comedians on Instagram, but when I see your stuff, I stop and I watch it, and I scroll. I don't scroll past. I really enjoy spending time on your account, watching your YouTube channel as well. But I have to point out, the one that made me laugh the hardest over the last few weeks is you and Brad Williams, because Brad Williams made you laugh so freaking hard. And his quick delivery, and you referenced small talk earlier. There were moments in that back and forth between you guys that it was just priceless. It was so damn funny. What was that like for you?
Oh, yeah. Well, Brad's, one of my best friends. When I met him, I was lost in the woods one day, and I saw him. I felt some chocolate chip cookies drop from the tree, and I said, "Who is that?" And I looked up, and I heard this little voice, no pun intended, but he was like, "Who goes that?" And I was like, "Oh, what's going on?" And then I said, "Oh, are you the Cookie Man?" And he's like, "I am, but I also make shoes." And anyway, so I pulled him out of obscurity. I said, "Do you want to go on the road with me?" He didn't really know what that meant. We taught him how to read. I introduced him to his wife. So Brad I've known him forever. And what the great thing about the show too is, everyone that's been on, I've got a solid amount of rapport with, some better than others. Even just having Mark Maron on the show at the Comedy Store with Johnny Knoxville and Teddy Swims. This was about 2 months ago. It'll come out maybe in about a month on my YouTube. And Maron was like, we've got to know each other more in the last few years, but he definitely was like more nervous than others. Where he's like, I mean, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna what is? What do I have to prep anything? Like, what? And I'm like, dude, I just tell everybody, it's not a podcast. It's not I'm not Jiminy Glick. I'm a more grounded character. It's me through all this, but like, it's just be down to clown. It's a silly chat. And Brad is, one of the best at just being down for whatever, and he'll go wherever. And you can be controlling the wheel, but he'll take it at any time. And having a trust between us where it's like, I know I can make any joke, or he, like, I think as soon as he came out for that his portion on that show in San Francisco, he goes, all right, Dr. Phil, how are we going to do this? Because he's basically standing at the chair because he's, couldn't get up in it. So then everyone starts laughing. He gets like, I'm sure everybody was anticipating this moment, and here you go. You got it, And then I just walked over and I knew I could just pick him up and lift him up and put him in the chair and not think anything of it. And it was like a funny moment. And yeah, Brad is just, one of the quickest people I've ever been around. And
his wife is like a super badass, right? She's like a 5-time Taekwondo champion.
She's a black belt, and she did the Wordle in like 2 moves. And she's multi-talented.
Yeah, he's telling stories about being heckled in places where she gets up and takes care of these guys.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to ask you. You mentioned Chevy Chase. Is that what you said? Did I catch it correctly? So we've had Chevy on the show a couple times. Know all the reputation. Know all the stuff. Don't doubt that he can be a problem for other people. But the times he's been on this show, he's been a blast. How was it with him?
You got to assess people on your own accord. And his daughter works at the Comedy Store, and I got to know her. And one night, Chevy was at the Comedy Store, and I started freaking out because I'd never, you're in LA, you're at the store enough. You do run into, the first celebrity I ever met in LA was Larry King, and I was baked out of my mind at the Grove seeing a movie. And Larry's in the lobby, and I was going out to get a popcorn refresher, and I walk out there. And I was like, I got to go say what's up to him. Which, by the way, no, you don't. Keep on moving.
Yeah.
But so I walked up and I go, oh my God, Larry King. He's at the automated snack machine, and he goes, how are you? And I go, better now, man. I go, they say never meet your heroes, but this is pretty awesome. And he goes, all right. And then I go, so you guys seeing a movie or what's going on? What snacks you getting? Just like dilly-dallying and loitering. And he looks up at me and he goes, I'm with my nephew. Do you mind? And I go, not at all. I just got interviewed by Larry King. I go, you guys enjoy your movie. And then I walked away and he just shook his head. And then I walked back into the theater and didn't get my snacks. My buddy was like, dude, what? Anyway, so the amount of people that you run into is like so, seeing Chevy at the Comedy Store that night, I was like, I can't believe it. And then my friend, his daughter was like, man, he said you were one of his favorites. And then I got him and her to do my podcast. And yeah, Chevy, you get, I guess, whatever version you get of him that day is what you get. And they said, I kind of wrote out a few bits for him to come out and do. Because I saw he was in Chicago, basically. And I hit up his daughter and said, do you think he'd be down to pop by and make 3,600 people go bananas? And we figured it out. And they came over right before their dinner. And I wrote a couple things down. And they said, Chevy's going to do what he wants to do. I go, great. And so I played, anytime we have like a crazy special guest, in Minnesota, we had TJ Hawkinson and JJ McCarthy come out and do Viking trivia and against a buddy dressed as a Viking. And we played this cool montage video that we had Ken Jeong in Vegas come out as Mr. Chow for the first time ever.
That's great.
And we have like, I'll go, you guys ready? You guys want to keep the show moving? You having a good time? Boom, lights go out, montage video plays, and the person comes out. So we did that for Chevy, and they went like nuts. And then I didn't think he was going to sit down, but he goes, you want me to sit down? And we chatted for about 7 minutes. And I busted his balls. He busted mine. We had some good laughs. We got a little nostalgic. He commented on how sweet this was and how much he appreciated it. He's like, I just don't get, he's like, I'm not in these positions a lot. And you realize, like who is to get their flowers like that live? Like he does these Christmas vacation movie watch Q&As, but they know he's going to be there.
Yeah.
So, and it's, it's just a tamer crowd. Like these Dr. Phil live crowds are like comedy fans, but they're like, it's so weird and cultish. Like I run out at the beginning of the shows after this awesome intro, and they all get on their feet and they're all going nuts. Man, I really wish we hadn't started off the whole tour in Philly and we could come back and run it back because I would love you guys to see how crazy.
We'd love for you to bring it here because there's really it's found its own lane. There's nothing really like this.
Yeah.
There are variations, but the way you're doing it, the fact that you're playing this quasi iteration of Dr. Phil, who thankfully is on board with it, not overly litigious about anything. I mean, it's awesome.
No. Yeah, when he came on the Netflix special, that was really kind of a stamp of approval that he was, all right with it. He even said to me, he was like, "You would have known a long time ago if I wasn't cool with this." And even when we sat down for the Netflix special, we only talked about an hour before, and he's like, "You're the star, it's your show." He's like, "But I'm gonna mess with you, I'm gonna F with you." And we sat down, and I go, "Phil, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here." And he was like, "I'm sure you are. I'm sure this is exactly how you plan this, But I want to. I'm going to stop the tour in July, and then I've obviously put the punchline this weekend, and get your tickets to the late show tonight, 10:30. That's all it's available. And what's great is at the Phil show, you never know what's going to be the thing that gives you a little boost, and this is giving me more exposure. So now all my stand-up shows are getting packed out, and so we have a big tour in the fall and a handful of shows more this spring and summer, and then a real big one in the fall, and then I'll stop Phil in the summer, and then I really want this to be. Again, it's like I came out to LA to make shows and I want to movies, and I just have such bigger. But this has been a really fun thing that we're taping a whole documentary on it, and hopefully find a cool spot for that, just because it is a moment in time with all the people that are willing to fly out and do the show, and
big names,
the crew that I've assembled for it to come through, but I definitely want to look back in 5 years and be like, oh yeah, I remember when he did that thing, and on to the next thing. But
dude, it's well deserved. You put the time into it. These are one of those pivotal moments where you it catches heat, and you can parlay this, which I think is terrific. So again, you needed to get your Dr. Phil on to get to the next level. I know.
A buddy of mine goes, he's like, man, I'm thinking about maybe I should do like a Montel Jordan. Like a live show. I go, yeah, that's clearly what I cracked here, is that people just wanted to see daytime hosts go nighttime. Yeah.
Judge Judy.
I tried to get Judge Judy on the New York show, and we got close, which would have, to me, been insane. But that show ended up being Jason Biggs, and then my friend Jeremiah Watkins dressed up as a pie, and we reunited the pie and Jason Biggs. They got slippery on stage. Well, Johnny Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls came out and played Iris, and it was
that's cool. That's awesome.
Not on my bingo card.
That's cool.
Yeah, people went nuts for that.
I wanted to ask you. You were born and raised in Seattle, right?
Oh yeah, diehard.
So did you hit your teenage years about the time grunge was taking off?
Yeah, I was probably. Man, I didn't have any. My sister was into hardcore rap, and then the kids in my neighborhood were listening to like Oasis, and so I kind of just. I think I was 12 in 95 or 13. I think grunge was what, like 90, right? 91,
92, 93, somewhere around there. Yeah,
so I think I was just about like, that was 8, 9, and I think I just
missed it.
I missed it. So not until high school really did I understand what was happening, what had happened, and who everybody was. I was still like trying to figure out how OMC didn't have more hits than How Bizarre. So.
Oh my God.
How Bizarre.
How Bizarre.
Good song.
But I've seen Pearl Jam. I've seen them live now a handful of times. They're so good, dude. It's also like Eddie Vedder, his stories versus like, you see like a Taylor Swift. My wife and I were in London and we saw Taylor Swift at the Wembley Stadium. It was her last of 9 shows sold out, 90,000. She'd like do these quick changes, and she'd tell these quick little stories about how great this was. The stories were just like, and this morning I couldn't find my red coat, and then I found a blue coat, and I was like, well, maybe the crowd will like blue better than red, and everyone's like, Rico! And then, but like Eddie Vedder was like, there's one time me and the band, we were in Wisconsin, and after the show we went to an IHOP, and and we found ecstasy in our banana pancakes, and we started tripping our balls off, and we wandered into a forest where we met a magical elf who'd been separated from his family, and we helped him rebuild his home out of pine cones, and he taught us how to make shoes out of the wind. And after about an hour and a half, we noticed that there was a van driving by screaming at us, Mr. Vedder, you found our baby. Turns out that elf was actually a baby. His name was Jeremy. 2, 3. All right, well, this guy is a true rock star because the stories add up.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Well, you got stories to tell as well, and that'll be tonight. By the way, one show remaining. That's all that the tickets are for Adam Ray.
Better get them now.
10:30. It's a later show. PunchlinePhilly.com to get those because the rest of the weekend, everybody's already got their ticks, man. All right, well, listen, Adam, we got a break, buddy, but it is great to have you on next time in the studio. Hopefully we can work that out, but we love talking to
studio, you. I love you guys, too. I appreciate you making time. I want to say this, too. There's a few Phillies that I've, in getting to do the show, I started taking these Hail Mary on first down passes, and there's a few, stud Phillies that said they'd be down to clown, but we got to make sure the timing's right. So it's probably have to be postseason because now it's too tough, but I mean, Trey Turner being one of them, and some of these guys don't get back. Look, did I DM Katy Perry one night, late night? Yeah. Has she left me on scene? Yeah. But guys like Trey Turner get back, and they're like, I'm a fan. If I was in town, I would do it. So
that's awesome.
I gotta figure that out. And same with Jason Kells. So we're gonna have to get that show going and get you guys to come in and
definitely. I
don't know, just do a collective 5 or something.
Absolutely. All right, Adam, have a good one, brother. It's good talking to you. Adam Ray, guys. Yep. And that is tonight, like I said, at punchlinephilly.com. You can get those tickets. He's great, man.
He is terrific.
It's wonderful. All right, we are overdue to take a break, so we're going to do that right now. We'll come back in a second. Some B-File stories are up next for you. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93 can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
That's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop. This is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. I know it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face with all your might.
I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind riding
This is my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
We're praying sing together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, yeah, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching
Stop.
it out. Your pod is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
over the ear,
over your ear. And you're fine.
They're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch him out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like, it's
packs
like,
a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah. That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
He's
all right.
He's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20. At least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the
There
day.
we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay.
No.
I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. You're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger.
I'm your new cooler.
But she
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
That Fish music was playing when they were coming out? Okay.
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little. What is this from, though?
It's a spoof.
It's a
It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartz.
Everybody
is with us.
WMMR.
WMMR
presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Camelback Mountain. You can join Marissa, Casey, and Nick. They will be at Camelback Mountain's 20th annual Pond Skim, and it's this Saturday. It's going to be the wildest end of the season party on the slope, so go to camelbackresorts.com and you can get your details. So an 81-year-old French hunter has gone on trial accused of killing an endangered bear that attacked him in the Pyrenees. The brown bear is a protected species in the mountain range, which separates France and Spain.
Didn't you know I was protected?
And Andre Rivers was boar hunting when a female bear nicknamed Caramellas attacked him. Two bear cubs emerged from the woods in front of Reeves, and then their mother appeared, charging at him and then dragging him for several meters. He shot and killed the animal. He sustained leg injuries and was in a state of shock. A fellow hunter managed to stem the bleeding before Reeves was actually evacuated by helicopter. And according to the investigation, the bear killed was about 400 meters outside an authorized hunting area. The case has caused an uproar in the department of Ariège, where hunters have had demonstrations in support of this guy, Reeves. When the cubs emerged, Reeves told the court that I looked at them with admiration. I made myself very small. Then the mother saw me, our eyes met, and she charged. And he said he had no choice but to shoot.
He was going to get killed.
He said she grabbed my left thigh. I panicked. I fired a shot. She backed away growling. She went around and bit me on my right calf. I fell. She was eating my leg. So I reloaded my rifle and fired. 15 other hunters who also took part in the hunt were being prosecuted for various offenses, including hunting in the Mont Valier Nature Reserve.
Your Honor, I'm the bear's husband, and I have to let you know she was on the rag.
Oh, Jesus.
I believe that's germane to this case. I loved her dearly, but she got... you know what I'm talking about? You've been with the bitches, right?
About 20 associations had filed a lawsuit. Jean-Luc Fernandez, president of the local hunting federation...
That's fun to say.
Said, no, it's Francisco.
Oh.
No. Said Reeves killed the bear in self-defense. Said he fired, and he should have let her do it. No. Saved his own skin.
I agree.
Yeah, so...
Listen, I loved her.
Yeah.
I mean, I got my freak on with her.
Even you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So.
You know, bitches be crazy.
The central Dutch city of Utrecht has installed what they're calling a fish doorbell on a river lock that lets viewers of an online live stream alert authorities to fish being held up as they make their springtime migration to shallow spawning grounds. So I was telling you guys off air that I had this really nerdy thing I was going to bring up. Listen to this. The idea is simple. It's an underwater camera that sends live footage to a website. When somebody watching the site sees a fish, they can click a button that sends a screenshot to organizers. And when they see enough fish, they alert a water worker who opens the lock to let the fish swim through. And now in its 5th year, the site has attracted millions of viewers from around the world.
I'd watch it.
Quirky mix of slow TV and ecological activism. Much of the time, the screen is just a murky green with occasional bubbles, but sometimes a fish swims past. As the water warms up, more fish. Yeah, more fish show up. And without the help, the native freshwater fish like brim, pike, and bass can become backed up behind the lake and form easy prey for predators in the spring when the lock is rarely open for passing boats. The bell is the brainchild of ecologist and concept developer Mark Van Hukelum, who's been happily surprised at the response with millions of people from around the world tuning in over years to help the fish out.
What was it? There have been a couple of these, like eagle cams and zoo cams and, newly born giraffe cams.
Yeah.
And listen, I think we're watching it right now.
We are.
And there seems to be a dark specter, a shadowy fish in the back, perhaps. Yeah.
So then you hit the bell and it lets them know, it sends them a screenshot of the fish. And then they can know whether to send them through or not. Well, all right, as stupid ideas go, this one's a winner. At a recent New York University Stupid Hackathon, partners Rebecca Zunn and Lucia Camacho created the Vape-O-Gachi, which is a device that combines a vape pen with a virtual pet resembling a Tamagotchi. And in this version, the digital pet thrives only when the user vapes. If neglected, it dies. So initially, they considered designing it to discourage vaping by harming the pet with each puff.
No.
But eventually, they decided on
That's the wrong direction.
A satirical approach, rewarding vaping to highlight concerns about nicotine addiction. Okay. The creators aim to refine the design, making it more compact and enhancing the pet's appearance.
Why don't they put a Tamagotchi on a heroin needle?
They also plan to introduce a good mode that discourages excessive vaping by limiting device activation after a certain using threshold.
Years ago, when you had like Ultraman and those sort of cartoons were very popular, there was a series called Eighth Man. And Eighth Man would increase his superhero powers, I kid you not, by smoking radioactive cigarettes.
Really?
Yes.
That's funny.
Eighth
Wow.
Man.
All right. And one last story. This is in England. A woman who became stuck in mud for nearly 2 hours has praised her rescuers. This is the second stuck in mud story we've had in a couple of weeks. Gil Pyra, 70 years old, said that she was unable to move after sinking in a quagmire while walking her dog Luna on
this is just not your day.
on Lincoln's South Common. She screamed for help as she felt herself going further and further in. A crew from Fire and Rescue dug her out with their bare hands after spades proved ineffective. Mrs. Pyra had been trying to avoid a puddle near a pond by walking through an area that she thought had a dry crusted top on it. But she said 4 steps in, I realized I was done. I'd gone wrong. I was sinking. I shouted and screamed, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. Debbie Berman, another walker, heard her shouting for help and said, I tried to get in there, but as I tried, I was sinking. And it was going very cold, and she had been stuck in there for 30 minutes already. After another 15 minutes, Fire and Rescue arrived. They began digging. And she said,
a fire truck.
As time went on and I got colder and I kept sinking, I was worried. She said it was very, very cold. A check by a paramedic confirmed that she was cold and had a high heart rate, but was otherwise unharmed. Ms. Pyra thanked the rescue teams and said she wanted to talk about her experience as a warning to others. She said if someone became stuck in the evening, they'd be there overnight and might not make it. So, yeah, stuck in the mud, it's a real thing. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we'll take another quick break, come back in a second, and we'll pose a lesson question to you. We'll also dive into the trash and the music news as well. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's home.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
This goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I've been doing like 22 years, which is insane. And a lot of people just know me from movies. So it's kind of a bonus when they're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh.
This is a whole other
crazy.
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, oh, it's this kid. And I was a kid at the time. And he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, who is this dude? Huh. And a lot of the younger guys were like, oh, that's this kid, Nick Swartzen. That was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I loved them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy. And he, called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. No, I don't want So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
There's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts. Yes. And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
That's
want to buy?
insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an
Who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data
Bats
sheet.
bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
you know
a
the
bat in
second
room.
you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat climbed. They can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It was like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her.
Okay,
I just didn't want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis
The love of
a bat
bats
fan.
is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. And it says, "Why do you keep coming back?" And you said, "I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm."
It was a joke.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christine, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean, I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
The warning on 93.3 WMMR. Saturday Night Rocks, I just mentioned yesterday. They're doing a headlining tour. They'll be in Philadelphia. I didn't look it up just now. I want to say like May 17th at Union Transfer. I don't know. You can find the information if you want to take a peek at that. Saturday, I know that. You did mention that, but great band, MMRBQ, performed here in our studio before as well. Love them. It is 19 minutes after the hour, 10 o'clock, and we are going to pose
a lesson question to you, and we will give away as a prize today, and you're going to need to text the word Zoom to 39333, by the way, in order to give us your answer. So we're going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Live Thursday, April 24th at the Excite Center at Parks Casino. So let's ask you the question, and we will go with, let's see here. This is from about 6:54 this morning. Surprisingly, what fictional fast food franchise will appear in the John Wick movie Ballerina? It was mentioned very quickly. Let's see if you heard that. Surprisingly, what fictional fast food franchise will appear in the John Wick movie Ballerina? You don't want to guess at this. It was a title of a movie.
Yes.
That'll give you a little bit of a hint. But let's see if you were listening and know the answer, and we will do the trash while you are getting set.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Adam Mechanical, now Adam Home Services. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, to celebrate their rebrand, you can save $50 off your next service. You can visit AdamHomeservices.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, an awkward moment occurred recently at a red carpet event when Hilaria Baldwin snapped at Alec Baldwin, telling him, quote, "When I'm talking, you're not talking." Baldwin apologized, but did playfully remind Hilaria that he has, quote, "no problem shooting a bitch."
Oh my God.
Defense attorneys for Diddy have successfully acquired the names of the 3 people accusing him of rape. Diddy says just as he thought, not one of those people are the actual people he's raped. And finally, Ellen Pompeo telling the Call Her Daddy podcast that people can't seem to understand her need to walk away from Grey's Anatomy. On the contrary, I felt the same thing 5 minutes into the first episode.
All right, thank you, Steve. So we will see if we can get an answer to today's lesson question. Surprisingly, which fast food franchise will appear in the John Wick movie Ballerina? Via Zoom, we now check in with Rob. Hey, Rob, how you doing, man? Oh, I think you're muted there, bud. Let's try. Oh, we muted you. Let's try this now. Hey, Rob.
I can hear you, Preston.
There we go.
Hey.
All right. Rob, so what fast food franchise will appear in the John Wick movie Ballerina?
Good Burger?
Good Burger. You got it, brother. I'm going to put you on hold. Figuratively, because we don't really put people on hold. But hang on, because we are going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks the Band Live. Thursday, April 24th, Excite Center at Parks Casino. Purchase your tickets, visit parkscasino.com. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. You can stop in for their annual Spring into Sequoia sale going on now. Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com. Experience the ultimate in outdoor living at Sequoia Outback. All right, so follow-up information. We played the warning. I said May 17th they'd be playing Union Transfer. No, it's July 19th.
Close.
I was just ever so slightly off.
There was a teenth in there.
There was a teenth.
Yes.
I do have to.
This year.
Yeah, and so, yeah, they're going to be
Right
playing
band.
Union Transfer, their headlining show, so wanted to make good on that. The longest tenured drummer in Guns N' Roses history is leaving the band. Frank Ferrer, who is the guy who manned the kit for GNR since 2006, is moving on, and he's leaving on good terms. On their Instagram, the band posted pics of Ferrer on stage and a statement that said Guns N' Roses announced the amicable exit of Frank Ferrer. The band thanks Frank for his friendship, creativity, and sturdy presence over the past 19 years and wish him success in the next chapter of his musical journey.
Which is what?
I don't know. The band kicks off a European tour in May, so you can expect an announcement about a replacement in the very near future. Billy Corrigan just welcomed his 3rd child with his wife, Chloe Mendel. Their new baby girl, Juno, was born at home on March 18th, and she was 9.9 pounds.
Wow, that's a big one.
That's a big baby.
It's a gorilla.
And 22 inches long. Corrigan shared that both mom and baby are doing great. And the older kids, 9-year-old Augustus and 6-year-old Philomena, are thrilled about their new sister. And the couple had announced the pregnancy last August, shortly before their first wedding anniversary. They've been together since 2012. I love those names. Those are great
Sound
names.
like the winners to the next visit to Willy Wonka's factory.
Yeah, Juno, Augustus, and Philomena. So congratulations to Billy and his wife. That's great. 2 months after a batch of unreleased Eminem songs mysteriously surfaced online, a former employee of the rapper has been charged by the FBI with leaking the music. A guy named Joseph Strange could face up to 10 years in prison after being charged with criminal copyright infringement.
10 years, man.
And interstate transportation of stolen goods. Strange was paid about $50,000 in Bitcoin online by a Canadian man who raised the funds with a group of fellow Eminem fans in exchange for the unreleased song track.
For that.
Yeah.
For that.
Representatives for Eminem on Wednesday described the unauthorized music leak as significant damage caused by a trusted employee. The FBI says that Strange was responsible for at least 25 unreleased Eminem songs that were distributed online in January, all of it material in various stages of development and recorded by the rapper between 1999 and 2018. So a big chunk of time there.
So you imagine you're a fan of a band and you get together with other fans and this is the plan that you hatch?
Yeah. If convicted on the copyright infringement charges, Strange would face up to 5 years in prison and a fine of up to $250,000. Conviction for interstate transportation of stolen goods has a maximum 10 years, man, prison sentence. Wow. And
10 years, man! 10!
Strange was an audio engineer at Eminem's Effigy recording studio, where he worked from 2007 till his dismissal.
I once paid $1,000 to have somebody hum the new Anne Murray song to me.
Okay.
Before it was released.
Did you get your money's worth?
No.
Okay.
So it was Snowbird 2. You talk about sequels?
Let's see, and then two more quick things. Styx, the band, has had multiple singers over the year, from Dennis DeYoung to Tommy Shaw, from Glenn Burtnick to currently vocalist Lawrence Gowan. Now, who of them, in Gowan's opinion, delivered the definitive version of the Styx classic "Come Sail Away"? None of the above. Gowan recently told an interviewer that the Cartman version from South Park, he said, to my mind, that is the definitive version.
I think that's in the prep, so if you want to grab it.
And he says, and then I'd put the original recording of a song by Dennis DeYoung, and then I put my version, maybe third. In a season 2 episode of the animated comedy, of course, Eric Cartman explains that if he hears the first line of "Come Sail Away," he's forced to sing the rest with his friend, which his friends test just for fun.
We might have that in a second. Coming on over.
Not yet.
Yeah, I kind of threw it out at the last second, but yeah, it's a super quick version of it. So this
is the.
I'm a sucker for this song.
It's a great song.
Always loved this song.
Yeah.
Sit there.
Thank you.
We're ready now.
Got to be free, free to face on the head. Me, I'm bored on the couches, climb above, we search for tomorrow, and every show, and I'll try to carry on. Gathering all in just a bit of my money, the same girls, it's like a hope, and this is what they say. Comes away with me. That comes away with me.
And that's what he has to do.
That's got to hurt Trey Parker's voice to do that.
I would think so.
I mean, so much strain and effort to do it that fast.
Yes. All right, and then one last story. I want to mention this again. Our buddy Sammy Vile, his band Vile Bread, is doing a tribute to Radiohead's The Bends at 118 North in Wayne this Friday. And he said they're going to perform the whole album plus many other Radiohead tunes. Doors at 7. Show is 9. So
cool.
Pass that around. The good old Sammy Vile. And he signed it Goo. P.S. Goo. So there you go.
Goo!
All right, we're going to take another break. When we get back, we will wrap up the show. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Yeah. It's all about the balance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Great to see you, man. Thanks
yeah,
for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At
No.
KSAN in San Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was another. Here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name
in the
all
area?
the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny, what was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus. Yeah. Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend long
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still even on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
a little
was
crazy.
total unintelligible. It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. Reverend Billy Hard.
Who's wore those cowboy hats too? When I see him on TV. I mean,
with the headphones, cowboy hat.
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they underneath? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling you guys.
On,
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And he got arrested,
and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
You're just ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, who you wife? Damn. You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
Yeah. I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you
you.
wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife. Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional. Spoiler alert! Ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries
so good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade.
Mm-hmm.
Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankles. I shall do so liberally.
And Whole Beats. It's on 93.3 WMMR. It's by Monster's Hand on the Preston and Steve show. It is 10:30.
What? Why is my microphone like
Okay,
this?
I moved it. I was trying to fix it.
Fix it?
Well, I was moving it around and seeing if it was making noise. You were out of the studio. And then I got done with it. I'm like, oh, this doesn't look right. I don't know how she keeps it. I forgot.
It was like I was 9 feet
It
tall.
was all twisted and out of place. So sorry.
You also rubbed some of that powdered stuff on your mic.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, the poison that Tom Papa said.
No. Wait, we got confirmation. Tom Papa texted Casey, and indeed he did. He did verify that yes, that was a package from him.
He said, yes, I am Mr. Papa.
I am Mr. Papa. But he still has to reach out to me. He's got to tell me what to do with it.
And he still has to answer to me because that's a ridiculous way to send someone something that looks like poison.
Yeah. All right. If you missed it earlier, I got this mystery package, and it was signed Mr. Papa, and it's apparently a sourdough starter. That he sent. So now I've got to
the process
take
begins.
a shot at it.
Yeah.
It's laborious, but I'm looking forward to it. So thank you to the following people who are our guests today. Jim Florentine, performing at the Columbus Club in Clifton Heights at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. Tickets available at jimflorentine.com. And don't forget, there's a light buffet, too, as well. It says it in the ad.
Well, it
which is
says
great.
it.
I was telling Casey off air, it just dawned on me, I got to talk to Alex Lifeson today, man. That was so cool. I love that guy. And his current band, Envy of None, it's really good stuff. It's kind of female alty, very lush, cool production, and kind of haunting sounding.
Did you agree with my kind of time frame that this kind of,
yeah, very
right?
much so.
And I love that stuff.
Me too. And so he was cool, and they're just making music. They're not touring or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it was great to have him on this morning via Zoom, and he was in this room filled with guitars. It was so cool. And by the way, their album, which is called Stygian Waves, comes out March 28th, and the Rush 50, which is a 50-track super deluxe box set, is coming out on the 21st of this week. That'll be, what's today?
Tomorrow.
So tomorrow, yeah. And then finally we had Adam Ray.
Yay!
Adam is hilarious. He is performing at Punchline tonight. There's only one show left. It's the 10:30 show. He's got 2 shows on Friday, 2 shows on Saturday, and 2 tonight. And the 10:30 one is the only one that you will find tickets for. So it's great to have him on this morning. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
And good day.
Good to see you.
Would that 50th anniversary package hold interest to you, or is that not something you think you'd like?
I don't do the box sets. No, I don't. I'm not really into owning that stuff. I mean, you can. I already have all the music anyway. But
what's often true in those those giant re-releases is they'll throw in stuff that you've never heard before, or demos. Somewhere in the next month or so, I want to do a demos week.
Ooh,
that's cool.
You know, earliest versions of songs.
Yeah.
Like I've got Roger Waters singing Money in a 2-minute demo.
Oh, okay.
It was just acoustic, kind of echoey with the cash register coming at the end. Things like that. I have alternate versions of Green Day's but you hear it at the end.
Yeah.
But you don't even hear that version of it. Green Day's Basket Case, entirely different lyrics, same song, roughly done, entirely different lyrics. You know, so stuff like that's fun to hear.
It is cool.
Before it was called Daughter, the Pearl Jam song was called Brother, and there's a version of Eddie and Stone working it out on the tour bus together, and I have that. So if you,
I want it.
Yeah, it's really cool. But you hear where the song is going to go.
Right.
You can hear what Daughter eventually ends up sounding like, but it's before it became that. It's a cool version.
Well, Wings for Wheels that we have in our archives from 1974, the live Bruce show, if you've ever heard it, it's fantastic. It's fascinating because it's the earliest version of Thunder Road.
Yeah.
But many different lyrics, many different parts in the song. A lot
What's
of
called Cars for Kids.
Seven cars for kids.
Oh, dear.
Make your car today.
Oh, my. And that, I mean, hearing that Cars for Kids version in 1974 before Cars for Kids even was around.
Yeah.
I mean, shows the foresight some of these artists have. Truly stunning. How about the letter?
Yeah. Of course.
He's keeping you on
Preston and
track.
Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
I couldn't have topped what Steve said. S as in salty.
All right, S as in salty. All right, and don't forget that yesterday's letter was E as in...
But tasting more, it's encore.
One more time.
We haven't played that at all this morning.
But tasting more, it's encore.
All right. And tomorrow we give away a road trip for two to go to Washington, D.C. with Philly Sports Trips and watch Phil's. Play the Nationals on opening day, Thursday, March 27th. For more information and more trips, you can go to phillysportstrips.com. All right, so what you doing today, man?
We got more Black Keys tickets, Borgata, August 9th on sale tomorrow. More songs from Lovely Ladies. International Women's Month continues. Lincoln Park for Chester's birthday. He'd be 49 today. Emerson, Lake and Palmer for Carl Palmer's birthday, 75 today. So a lot of fun.
All right, thank you. And I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Tomorrow on this very program, no sad bro first and foremost, Christopher Titus always has a lot to say. He will be in our studio, and we will have Super Bowl champion Landon Dickerson joining us as well.
Nice.
We'll do all Friday things like the connoisseur and give stuff away. We're going to have a good time. You are invited. That is it. We are done. A rage on. Have yourself a fantastic day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.